Good morning. We are live from Council Chambers. And before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security, and Council will take direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation, and please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. We will conduct a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Prince Bay.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Carmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right. Everyone is here. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll move that the November 13th, 14th, 2024 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of item 7.2, Addendum 1, unfunded service packages, Council directed after August 31. 7.11, Capital Line South Extension funding update. 9.3, provincial and federal current state overview, federal pre-budget submission. 9.4, contract update. And replacement reports attachments on item 7.2. That's the operating budget, says financial corporate services report, attachments 1 and 2. And 8.6, the EPCOR distribution and transmission franchise agreement, attachment 3.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Stevenson is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the October 21st, 2024 City Council public hearing and the October 22nd, 23rd, 2024 City Council meeting.
Second.
Second, Councillor Tang. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items, we do have one, and I'm going to go to Councillor Paquette. Okay. See, yeah, go ahead. No, you have both.
Okay. All right.
This morning, it's my honor to recognize the life and legacy of Senator Calvin Murray Sinclair, who passed on November 4th. Murray Sinclair was Anishinaabe and was raised on a reserve near Selkirk, Manitoba. He was a former Canadian senator, First Nations lawyer, and a former judge, later becoming only the second Indigenous person in Canada to be appointed to a judge and the first in Manitoba. In his memory, flags at City Hall were lowered to half-mast on Sunday, the day of his funeral. On behalf of City Council and the people of Edmonton, I extend my condolences to Mr. Sinclair's loved ones as they mourn this difficult loss. Murray Sinclair was a storyteller, a keeper of truths, and a voice for those who were silenced for too long. Through his work on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, he brought forward stories that many did not want to hear, but needed to be told. He gave us a gift of clarity, a mirror to our collective memory. Murray often reminded us that reconciliation isn't just about Indigenous communities healing. It's about all of us finding a way forward together. His vision was not about blame or division. It was about healing, truth, and shared responsibility. He believed deeply that we could build a better Canada if only we had the courage to face our past and the willingness to walk together into the future. For those of us who carry the generational trauma of residential schools, the work of the TRC wasn't just about policy, it was personal. It was about our families, our stories, our wounds. I think of the mural we created at was once the Grandin Government Station here in Edmonton, of Kichikaski, of the city's Indigenous framework and commitment to both the TRC and the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Plus calls to action and commitments. Partnering with the Confederacy of Treaty 6, even of today's MOU signing with Otipemisiwak, the Métis Nation of Alberta, and so on. These are constant reminders of our shared commitment to truth and healing, and I believe Senator Sinclair would be proud. However, there are still so many challenges ahead. We see the fatigue, the denialism, the resistance from those who feel that the truth takes something away from them, takes away a feeling of pride in their lineage, in their country. But as Senator Sinclair taught us, facing the truth doesn't diminish us, it gives us strength. It allows us to build a future where all children can grow and grow up knowing that they are valued, where they can walk without the shadows of the past weighing them down. Murray Sinclair believed in this country, even when to others it may have felt broken. He believed in our capacity to rise, to find our way to a place where reconciliation isn't just a word, but a lived reality. He knew that healing would take generations, but he also knew that we could start right now. His work was a call to action, a call to be brave, to be honest, to be wise, to be loving, to be courageous, to be honest, and to be kind. He once said, "Education got us into this mess, and education will get us out." In his words, we find a challenge and a promise. As we remember him today, let us honor his legacy not with words alone, but with our actions. Let us recommit to the hard work of listening, of learning, and of building a future where every child has a chance to thrive, where every voice is heard, and where the truth is not something we fear, but something we embrace. Murray Sinclair's light has not gone out. It burns on in the stories he helped tell, in the lives he touched, and in the future he imagined for us all. We owe it to him and to ourselves to carry that light forward. Miigwech, Marcy, hi hi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Paquette, for sharing that proclamation and, memorializing and honoring the contributions of Senator Murray Sinclair. I had an honor actually to know him and briefly work with him and seek his guidance in how I was going to approach when I was assigned in middle of 2018. I was assigned to work on fixing the Indigenous consultation process related to large infrastructure, energy-related pipeline projects. And first thing I did was reached out to many Indigenous leaders that I was supposed to engage with. And I reached out to Murray Sinclair, asking his advice, like how would I go on doing this and take on this huge challenge and do it the right way. And his advice to me was that, say, Amarjeet, you want to get it done right, go talk to people where they are. Go visit First Nations leaders in their own communities instead of inviting them to Ottawa. If you do that, you will show the respect that Indigenous communities deserve, and you will honor the leaders and the elders on those communities. And I took that to heart, and I have not seen a leader in my life like Murray Sinclair, who commanded so much respect. When he spoke, people listened. And that's how much respect he had in his role in every way. But I only got to know him during his time as a senator. And I remember every conversation that I had with him. So thank you so much for sharing that. And absolutely, please. We do have a couple of other protocol items. And I do want to, first of all, welcome some students who are visiting us from St. Vincent School, grade 6 class, and they are here with their teacher, C. Wickham. Thank you for joining us, and Ward Nikora Iska. Councillor Knack is your ward councillor. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you here for the whole day or just for part of your City Hall school or just for the day?
Whole day, and then they're back tomorrow and Friday. And this is the class that we met you last week in your office.
Oh, okay. And at that time, you hadn't selected your topic of discussion. You hadn't selected your mayor. Have you done that now? You have. Who's going to be the mayor? First of all, please come down, your worship. Yeah. Tell us your name. Oh, you got two mayors.
Yeah, we split the group in two.
Oh, sometimes you feel council, we should split in two. Just kidding.
Hi, my name's Henry.
Okay, sorry, tell your name and then tell us the topic of your discussion.
Hi, my name's Henry, and the topic was, should citizens keep chickens in their houses?
Oh,
Not backyards, houses.
backyard. Yeah, okay. And what was the decision?
Bennett, do you want to answer this one? You can say, hi, my name is.
Hi, my name is Bennett, and the decision was carried.
Carried to keep, I think our current bylaw allows that provision. I don't know how many.
Bring them into the house now, Mayor, so.
Into the house.
Yeah,
Okay.
as pets, like-
That's a totally different game. I don't know about that, right? So I'm glad that you were able to have that discussion. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you around.
Thank you.
And the next protocol item is, so good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by taking some time to recognize that a week from today is Transgender Day of Remembrance. Since 1999, November 20th has been dedicated to remembering two-spirit, trans, and gender diverse people whose lives have been lost to acts of transphobia violence. American activist Gwen Dolan and Smith started the initiative as a way of memorializing Rita Hester, a trans woman who had been murdered in 1998. In the decades since, the rate of violence against gender diverse people around the world, particularly those who are Black, racialized, or migrants, have continued to grow. In Canada, 59% of transgender and gender diverse people have experienced violent assaults compared to 37% of cisgender people. According to Statist Canada, there were 423 hate crimes based on sexual orientation reported to the police in 2021, a growth of 64% since 2019. These actions do not exist in isolation. More and more, a growing anti-trans movement across Canada jeopardizes the freedom and safety of trans and gender diverse people. In person and online, this intolerance is fueled by misconceptions and stereotypes, resulting in devastating impacts on the mental and physical wellness of trans and gender diverse people. No one should feel afraid to be who they are. Transgender people deserve to pursue their passions, participate in their communities, and live openly as their true values. Our diverse identities, cultures, and experiences are what make our communities thrive. Even one life lost to transphobic violence is too many. The City of Edmonton is committed to fostering a community where all people feel welcomed, valued, and supported. Our city should be a place where everyone feels and is safe, no matter who they are. Trans Day of Remembrance serves as a stark reminder how much work we still have left to do. We must stand in solidarity against transphobia, trans misogyny, racism, and all anti-2S LGBTQIA+ behavior. We must listen to and learn from the lived experience of trans people so that we can be better allies. We must honor those who we have lost by standing with those still fighting for equality and justice. Thank you so much. Okay. Select items for debate. Constant. Okay. Sorry, I don't. Okay, Constant Knapp, go ahead, please.
All right, well, I guess we should select 7, 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're dealt with together.
7, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yep.
Yep. 7, 5. And we have a bunch of must-be selecteds in the 9s, so I will go through those as well. 9-1, 9-2, 9-3,
Hold on, hold on. Take it easy. Okay,
and I'll leave that there. I'll let for others. Thank you.
okay. Councillor Tang,
I think there's must dealt with 7-11. Oh, just not just selected. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, sorry. Then
yeah,
Take that off. I don't want
7-11 doesn't need to be selected.
I just need 9-4 then.
9-4, okay. Okay. Councillor Rice,
So 7-11 already selected.
no, 7-11
11?
is not.
Is not?
No.
Okay, so I'm going, that is must be deal with.
Councillor Hamilton,
I would like 7-7, but just for voting purposes, thank you.
sorry, 7-7?
Yeah, 7-7.
Did you say voting purpose?
Yeah.
Okay, it was for voting,
voting.
okay. Okay. Okay, can someone move the rest, please? Oh, sorry. Councillor Principe, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Can I select item 7.8?
7.8, okay.
And I would like to select bylaw 8.1.
8.1, okay. Okay, can someone move the balance, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Second?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can you please read back to us what we have already approved?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This morning, Council has passed the recommendations in the following reports without debate. Item 7.6, renewal of the Memorandum of Shared Recognition and Cooperation with the Opetuck Métis Government. Item 7.9, update to Policy C598, Infrastructure Asset Management Policy. Item 7.10, Councillors' Budget and Expenses Policy, amendments to Policy C618B. And that is all.
Okay. Request to speak. We do have one request to speak, but we have a tradition of not hearing from speakers at council, so we will carry on with that that process. Okay. Right. Okay. Request for specific time on the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
I'll move that the following items be dealt with at a specific time on the agenda. Item 9.3, provincial and federal current state overview. The pre-budget submission would be second item of business on Thursday, November 14th. And 9.4, contract update, Wednesday, November 13th. If selected,
Can we make it 1:30?
we can make it time specific for
1:30, right? Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cardmell.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi. I will move first reading of item 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, and 8.6.
Second.
Please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, and 8.6.
Second.
Please vote.
Mayor Sohi, we have all the votes.
Yeah. Okay. Display the votes, please. Sorry. Here you go. Carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, and 8.6.
Second.
Okay. Please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 20127, Bylaw 20958, Bylaw 20945, Bylaw 20781, and Bylaw 20959.
Second.
Please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Got it? There you go. Carried.
Mayor, would you also deal with the recommendation for the bylaw?
Mayor Sohi, I'll move the recommendation in item 8.5.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Karma. Okay. Any councillor inquiries? Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none.
Mayor
Request to.
Sohi,
Oh,
I
sorry.
have an inquiry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead, please.
My name was up there a moment ago.
Oh.
So I have the following inquiry, that administration provide a memo on the following: a summary of the policies, strategies, and guiding documents that govern the allocation of grants from the Seniors Center Operating Program, CSIP, and the desired outcomes of this program. A summary of FCSS grants awarded to the 14 seniors associations supported by the SCIP program in 2022, 2023, and 2024. And a copy of the financial statements of each of the 14 supported seniors associations for the years 2022, 2023, and 2024.
Thank you. Any other inquiries? Okay. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports, none. Unfinished business, none. Public reports. Okay, we are on to items 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4. They are cross-referenced, and we will go to administration to make a presentation.
Good morning. The team is here today to review the recommended 2025 to 26 adjustments for capital and operating budgets, and to provide an update on the carbon budget. Here today are the City Executive Leadership Team, including Stacey Padbury, the Deputy City Manager of Financial and Corporate Services and Chief Financial Officer. Also joining us today is Jody Graham, Director of Budget Planning and Development, Felicia Muthiardi, Corporate Economist, and Alberto Altamirano, the Carbon Budget Manager. Operating and capital budget adjustments, the supplemental operating budget adjustment, and the supplemental capital budget adjustment provide updates to the 2023-2026 cycle. The updates address changes in economic forecasts, external factors, and council directives, as well as adjustments to support essential services amid rising costs. The adjustments include a proposed tax increase to replenish the reserves and maintain service delivery. The carbon budget goals and challenges, the fall 2024 carbon budget update highlights Edmonton's ongoing commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions despite missing the 2023 target. The city has made positive progress in energy efficiency with the reduction of per capita energy use through reaching future targets, although reaching future targets will require further action. The city continues to balance the service delivery with financial sustainability, addressing complex budget pressures. Some difficult choices may have to be necessary to fund structural budget variances, potentially impacting other tax levels, user fees, or service levels to manage long-term financial health. The objective of our four-year budget cycle is to support long-term planning while ensuring we can adapt to the changing landscape. This approach allows us to set clear priorities and allocate services effectively over time, staying responsive to evolving needs. The supplemental operating budget adjustment and the supplemental capital budget adjustment play a key role in this process, helping us adjust our budget in line with city's strategic goals and broader policies, even as conditions shift. To understand how we got here, let's walk through the timeline. In the fall of 2022, we passed the budget for 2023 to 2026. In the fall of 2023, we made adjustments for 2024 budget year, and now we're looking at adjustments for 2025. It's also important to remember that decisions impacting the tax levy budget are best made in the fall. Our policy emphasizes this timing to ensure careful planning and alignment with our long-term strategies. Looking at the current year, several key developments are relevant. The August 14 report highlighted work on addressing structural budget issues. Separately, the October 9th report about fiscal gap outlines some of the longer-term challenges we face. In formulating these updates and planning for longer term, we have continued to seek input as we navigate these challenges. I will now pass it over to Felicia to provide the economic update.
Thank you, Eddie. Good morning. The economic update today will focus on three areas: population growth, residential building construction, and price inflation. Next slide, please. Starting first with population growth, here we have annual level changes in Edmonton CMA population. The lighter bars represent level changes in total population based on estimates as of July 1st each year. The darker bars represent net international migration levels. Net international migration includes both permanent and temporary residents. Figures for 2023 to 2024 through to 2025 to 2026 represent forecasts from our summer outlook for both total level change and net international migration. For background, we updated our long-term economic outlook for Edmonton and the Census Metropolitan Area, the CMA, this past summer. The rate of population growth has been high in recent years. That is in 2021-2022, which represented a significant rebound from the previous period, and over 22 to 23. The Edmonton CMA population growth rate reached its highest level not only over the last decade, but since at least 2002 as well. It's a similar story for Edmonton. In both periods, international migration was a driving force in the population growth story for the Edmonton CMA, with net international migration reaching new highs since at least 2002. The net number of non-permanent residents or temporary residents, which includes temporary foreign workers, international students, and asylum claimants, even exceeded net permanent international migration between 2022 and 2023, which hasn't happened since 2008 to 2009. In our summer outlook for both the Edmonton CMA and for Edmonton, we have population growth rates at still elevated levels for the 2023 to 2024 period, followed by a more noticeable downward trend in subsequent years. Now, we incorporated anticipated reductions in temporary residents given the federal government's decision to reduce the temporary resident population share of the national population over the next 3 years. What was not incorporated in our outlook was reductions in annual permanent resident admissions targets, which were released in the federal 2025 to 2027 Immigration Levels Plan. These reductions present a downside risk to our population growth outlook for both Edmonton and the CMA starting in 2025. These reductions will be taken into consideration as we develop our next long-term outlook. Next slide, please. Thank you. Rapid population growth in recent years is having a more apparent impact on economic activity this year, particularly on residential building construction activity. The strong performance in residential building construction over the first half of the year was one of the factors lifting our broad real GDP growth outlook for this year. On this slide, we have annual housing starts in Edmonton, with historical starts broken out into 2 segments. We have singles and multis. Multis include semi-detached, row, apartments, and other dwelling types. Housing starts for 2024 comprise 2 components. We have year-to-date September 2024 totals and the remaining number of starts per our summer outlook, which is around 2,000 units. Now, the figures for 25 and 2026 represent forecasts for total starts. Over the past decade, total housing starts in Edmonton averaged about 9,600 units, which is about on par with the annual total in 2023, despite negative growth on a year-to-year basis of 15%. There are 2 standout years over this time frame, 2015 and 2022. At 13,311 units, 2015 was a standout year, reaching a record high based on annual data going back to 1990. In 2022, annual starts numbered 11,401 units, which was close to that record and putting annual growth at close to 15%. Compared to last year, the residential building construction sector has been very active. Housing starts in Edmonton were up 48% over the first 3 quarters this year. Multis accounted for 67% of total starts over that same time frame. Among dwelling types, growth rates were highest for apartments, followed by singles. Apartment starts similar to recent years have been concentrated in rentals. In our summer outlook, we forecast growth of 24% in housing starts. However, based on continued strength in housing starts over the 3rd quarter, it is likely that total housing starts in Edmonton will exceed our annual forecast of 12,000 units. As well, there is a possibility of housing starts this year reaching or even exceeding the city's prior record high in 2015. Looking ahead to 2025, we forecast total housing starts to reach almost 13,000 units. Now, overall, the performance of housing starts this year is positive. As these units reach completion, it should help to satisfy increased demand for housing from a growing population, with options for both ownership and rentals. It also leads to growth in the city's residential property tax base. However, the strong performance in starts is being led by singles and apartments, and for apartments, it takes more time to reach completion. Next slide, please. So our outlook reflects expectations for price inflation to generally decelerate both on the consumer side and on the city's operating expenditures. On this chart, we have Edmonton CMA consumer price inflation as measured by changes in Statistics Canada's Consumer Price Index, and that tells us about price pressures faced by Edmonton CMA consumers. We also have municipal price inflation as measured by changes in the City of Edmonton's annual estimates of its Municipal Price Index, which can tell us about price pressures faced by the city on its operating expenditures. Figures for 2024 through 2026 represent forecasts. On consumer inflation, monthly official data indicate the possibility of price inflation in 2024 coming in below our forecast of 3.1%. This acceleration in price inflation is a welcome development, especially after a prolonged period of high inflation, as illustrated on this chart. However, that only means a slower rate of price increases. Now, we track price inflation trends through changes in price indexes. Trends signal to us when aggregate price changes in broad expenditure categories occur and by how much. However, what trends don't tell us is how buyers are impacted by these price changes. That's largely due to each buyer having freedom, so to speak, to make different decisions when it comes to discretionary purchases, like holding off or foregoing a purchase altogether and/or looking for lower price substitutes. For these reasons, the extent, timing, and duration of cost impacts from inflation can differ among buyers, including the City of Edmonton. What is common, though, is that in periods where inflation accelerates and stays elevated for a prolonged period of time, which describes our experience in recent years, is that it takes some time to adjust. Without outright deflation to offset the rapid rise in prices we saw in recent years, which is not in our outlook, consumers in the City of Edmonton are left facing much higher price levels, with price increases expected in future, albeit at a slower pace. Now this feeds through to the City of Edmonton's cost to deliver its services. I'll now pass it over to Stacey.
Administration has gathered community insights from multiple sources to support this year's budget adjustment recommendations and Council's decision-making. To do this, administration looks to our annual service satisfaction survey and recent public opinion research to augment what we heard during our engagement on the four-year budget. This is part of how we continue to listen and learn from Edmontonians so the city can deliver the services and construction projects that are responsive to the diverse needs of our community as well as their financial realities and aspirations. The city did extensive public engagement to support the development of the 2023 to 2026 budget. We engaged with thousands of Edmontonians from the general public, organizations, and community groups, and harder-to-reach communities, tailoring the engagement approach to each group. Key themes like community safety, financial pressures, transit, and climate solutions are at the forefront as we navigate the complex needs of our city and make adjustments to the budget. We understand the diverse priorities and financial realities in our community, and we're striving to find the best balance. We're still delivering the 70 services and hundreds of construction projects that Council approved in the 2022 budget, and the input Edmontonians shared continues to inform our decisions on how we adjust the budget. Many of the themes still resonate and reflect the breadth and complexity of Edmontonians' needs and priorities when it comes to city revenues and expenditures. We're also hearing about Edmontonians' satisfaction with our services each year. We now have service satisfaction data we can track across 3 years to help us identify trends, strengths, and opportunities. Our 2024 results don't show a major shift in perceptions. A majority of respondents see the city's services as important, and the perceived importance of individual services hasn't shifted since last year. While our survey doesn't ask participants to prioritize our services, we are seeing some interesting trends about city spending in the survey results. The majority of respondents do not want to see more spending on most services, even those that they're less satisfied with. The number of people who say they want more spending is trending down across several services. Finally, we did some public opinion research this fall, which focused on understanding Edmontonians' current financial situation and their opinions on potential adjustments to city services, user fees, property tax increases this fall. Respondents are reflective of Edmontonians in terms of age, gender, income, and regional distribution across the city. When it comes to comfort with the potential adjustments we're looking at this fall, survey respondents are most comfortable with increases in user fees and the least comfortable with increases in property tax levy. Other key findings include almost half of survey respondents support a reduction in services to keep the tax increase as close to 7% as possible, while 1/4 support keeping the same services with a higher tax increase. The majority of respondents reported their financial situation has become more challenging this year, with the top reason being increased cost of living and inflation. Half of the respondents also think their financial situation will become more challenging in the next 12 months. Taken together, these insights illustrate the challenges in building and adjusting municipal budgets. There's no single combination of priorities that will satisfy all Edmontonians, especially given the financial challenges many residents are facing. We're facing many of the same budget challenges as the people we serve. Like many Edmontonians facing higher costs and other pressures in their own finances, we're going to have to make some choices this year and in the years ahead about what money we have coming in and where we're spending it. We take these decisions very seriously. We know that our decisions about services, user fees, and property tax have a major impact on the 1 million Edmontonians we serve. We continue to strive to find the best balance possible between delivering the services and construction projects that matter to Edmontonians and keeping property taxes and user fees manageable. I'll now walk you through how we're responding to our fiscal challenges. We're continuing to deliver on the commitments we set out in our 4-year budget, but a lot has changed since we started in 2022. With those changes, we need to adapt our approach to ensure that we're responding effectively. First, I'll talk about how costs have changed since we initially approved the 2023 to 2026 budget. Like many sectors, we've experienced cost increases across the board. This affects everything from materials to staffing, which in turn impacts our ability to deliver services. Additionally, we're facing pressures from multiple directions. Inflation continues to raise the cost of everyday goods and services. Our city is also growing with a rising population and broader inventory of infrastructure and facilities, which increases the demand for services. With this growth, service needs are evolving too, and what was adequate a few years ago may not meet today's requirements. These combined factors have created what we refer to as structural budget variances. Simply put, our revenues and expenditures are no longer aligned as they were in the past, primarily because the cost to deliver services have escalated beyond what we originally anticipated. If we were to fund the entire $88.1 million of structural variances we identified back in August, it would mean a significant tax increase in the range of 13%. This highlights the decisions we're faced with as we balance the budget with the financial realities and ongoing commitments we've made. Acknowledging that a 13% tax levy increase was way too high, we worked to minimize its impact by exploring various budgetary adjustments. In preparation for the fall supplementary budget adjustment, we conducted a thorough review of each department's financial results and budget through an internal exercise focused on finding reductions to offset necessary increases. Throughout the organization, we assessed opportunities to reduce service levels where feasible, to realign budgets, and to reallocate funds where services were being delivered under budget. During these department financial reviews, we discussed the structural budget variances and where possible developed action plans with specific steps and timelines to address them for this budget. Although some of these solutions will require 2 to 3 years to fully implement, our goal was to align expenditures with the budget as quickly as possible. This approach included program reviews, cost of service studies, revenue boosting initiatives, and an evaluation of service delivery options. We will continue to work on this initiative throughout 2025 and 2026. In August, we identified $88.1 million in structural budget variances. Through the fall supplementary budget adjustment, $28.9 million is being addressed through the exercise mentioned on the previous slide, as well as some additional revenue from assessment growth and franchise fees, leaving $59.2 million in structural budget issues left to address. Attachment 6 of the fall supplementary budget adjustment includes action plans to address $14 million of that, and the remainder will require more time and will return as part of the fall supplementary budget adjustment next year. Administration remains committed to addressing structural budget variances. While we've increased the budget in some areas, we're actively working to control future costs. For example, we're allocating funds to address rising WCB expenses, but we're also committed to understanding the root cause of these issues. By evaluating and improving the safety programs, especially in areas with high claim rates, we aim to reduce claims and prevent further premium hikes. Our approach focuses both on immediate solutions and long-term strategies that ensure financial sustainability. As noted on the previous slide, we still have a $59.2 million gap in our structural budget variances. This misalignment between our budget and the cost of service delivery puts our current service levels at risk. If left unaddressed, these variances will lead to ongoing deficits, a further depletion of the financial stabilization reserve. This depletion will ultimately necessitate increased tax levies in future years. It's important to emphasize that focusing solely on short-term tax levy reductions without proactively addressing the underlying structural budget variances will jeopardize our ability to maintain service levels in the long run. We must prioritize solutions that align our expenditures with the budget and ensure that both the city's financial health and the preservation of essential services our residents rely on. We have mentioned this before, but we want to remind you that there is a compounding effect to reducing a tax levy increase. During the pandemic, tax levy increases were reduced from the original improved budget, which resulted in $97 million less in annual revenue per year, contributing to some of the structural budget variances we have today and limiting our ability to respond to emerging issues and inflationary pressures. Further reductions to the tax levy can have significant impacts in the future years. The city must focus on strategies to both grow revenues and reduce expenditures. Addressing only one of these areas won't be enough to close the fiscal gap we're facing. If left unaddressed, the fiscal gap could lead to significant challenges, including reduced service levels, a deterioration of city infrastructure, the inability to advance strategic goals, and larger than desirable tax increases. To move forward, the city must take proactive steps to narrow this fiscal gap. While many factors contributing to it are beyond the city's control, there are others that we can directly influence. Public expectation is clear. The city must do all it can to address the areas within its control. By tackling these internal factors, we strengthen our position when requesting support from higher level governments. Navigating towards a financially sustainable future will require us to make tough choices and trade-offs in terms of current and future service levels, prioritization, revenue generation, strategic goal evaluation, and capital planning. This will demand a comprehensive, disciplined, and coordinated approach. Now, we'll move forward to discuss the adjustments to the existing approved budget, and I'll turn it over to Jody Graham to walk you through.
Good morning. Under the city's multi-year budgeting policy, budget adjustments are typically limited to specific circumstances. These include external factors like changes to provincial and federal budgets, or new legislation, adjustments required due to operating impacts of capital projects, unforeseen shifts in economic forecasts, and any changes directed by council. These criteria help to guide our ability to respond to new and emerging needs while staying aligned with our long-term budget plan. Next slide, please. The city collects the amount of property tax or tax levy required to balance the budget after all revenue sources are considered. Examples of non-tax levy revenues include user fees for service like transit or recreation facilities, franchise fees, licensing fees, and fines. The tax levy requirement is equal to the total municipal expenditures less all other city revenues. There are numerous changes in the expenditures and non-tax levy revenues which impact the overall tax levy requirement. Property taxes allow the city to balance the budget and collect what is needed to operate, no more and no less. I want to emphasize that these are not easy decisions to make, but difficult choices are required in order to balance the tax increase, service delivery, and financial sustainability. For this year, the fall supplemental operating budget adjustment, an 8.1% tax increase, is our proposed balance. As you can see on this table, the tax increase is approved by Council in the spring was 7% for 2025 and 6.3% for 2026. The recommendations in the proposed supplemental budget adjustment results in an adjustment to the tax levy by 1.1% for a total tax increase of 8.1% in 2025 and a 1% for a total increase of 7.3% in 2026. These changes are driven by the Financial Stabilization Reserve repayment plan for 1% in both 2025 and 2026 and 0.1% for Bill 20 and election costs in 2025. All other increases to the budget have been managed internally. For 2025 to 2026, all of the recommended adjustments are summarized in Attachment 1 of the Fall 2024 Supplemental Operating Budget Adjustment Report, and this is what will require Council approval. I will spend the next few slides going through the most significant items contributing to the adjustments in the Fall Supplemental Operating Budget Adjustment. Changes to the economic forecast includes adjustments that affect costs, changes in service demand volumes, and revenue projections. These are several significant items, including additional revenue of $12.1 million from assessment growth, an additional ongoing $8 million in revenue from an increase in the EPCOR dividend, which will be discussed later in the presentation, $8 million in additional franchise fee revenue from EPCOR and ATCO, and $2.5 million reduction in utility costs, primarily driven by signing a fixed contract for natural gas, which reduces volatility in future years. These decreases on a net requirement are partially offset by a $19.7 million adjustment required for inflationary increases on parts, fuel, materials, and contract work, which affect multiple areas including emergency services, transit, snow and ice, and spring sweep. These inflationary increases cannot be absorbed within the existing budget, and without addressing these budget pressures, legislated and scheduled preventative maintenance levels cannot be maintained, leading to significant and imminent service disruptions. Regulatory standards would not be met, compromising the safety and operational integrity of certain facilities and infrastructure assets. Changes to the economic forecast result in a $16.8 million decrease to the net tax levy requirement, or 0.8 in 2025. External factors and changes in legislation allow the city to respond to external factors such as provincial or federal budgets or changes imposed by legislation. The most notable items for the fall supplemental budget adjustment include a $5.2 million increase for premium changes to employee benefits, $3.1 million for 2025 for election costs, including incorporating the impacts of Bill 20. Rather than having a large spike every 4 years, we are proposing to smooth out election costs and create an election reserve, which is why this is an ongoing adjustment rather than one time. $1.5 million for ongoing costs are required to address the structural budget variance relating to rising WCB premium costs. External factors and changes to legislation result in an additional $10.3 million in net tax levy requirement for 2025, or 0.5%. Earlier, we mentioned an internal exercise completed that reviewed each department's finances. In addition to finding reductions to offset required increases as part of that exercise, a number of items were identified as requiring additions to the budget, mostly to address structural budget variances. This table outlines items that were prioritized to add budget, most notably $2 million in ongoing starting in 2025 to address the structural budget variance related to stranded fixed costs for the utility cut program. Although the budget was reduced and variable costs were eliminated in previous years, the fixed cost associated with shared personnel and equipment remained, impacting snow and ice control, sidewalk and pothole repairs. Adjusting service levels to align with the reduced budget would negatively impact these areas due to their reliance on the same resources. $2.7 million in ongoing costs started in 2026 for software licensing and maintenance costs, which have increased and resulted in inflationary pressures from vendors, in addition to having upgraded and net new software procured due to work from home, along with other risk mitigation investments. $1.3 million in ongoing adjustments starting in 2026 to address rent revenue losses. Administration is disposing of properties to right-size its real estate portfolio and address significant long-term capital renewal liabilities. While these programs is in the long-term financial best interest of the city, it creates short-term budget variances due to the foregone lease revenues. Other changes in the city's lease real estate asset portfolio are also included in this adjustment. The total additions to the budget are $4.2 million, or 0.2%. As noted, these impacts are all managed internally, offset by reductions, which I will walk you through next. This slide outlines the proposed ongoing reductions to manage budget impacts. While most adjustments may not have significant individual financial impact, the cumulative effect is important. These reductions are intended to strike a balance between minimizing service disruptions, addressing structural budget variances, improving financial sustainability, and limiting tax increases. Notable ongoing reductions include $1.8 million for the Community Energy Transition Strategy Program, $1.2 million by shifting funding for select compliance activities from the tax levy to the planning and development business model, $1 million by reducing the Management Initiative Fund by 50%, and other ongoing reductions managed internally are smaller items, such as renegotiating phone contracts to save $250,000. $3.5 million will also be discussed in private with you today. In addition to these ongoing reductions, $10 million in multi-year or one-time reductions have been identified. These funds can be used to help restore the Financial Stabilization Reserve to its minimum balance. Structural budget variances contributed to the deficit in 2023 and are projected in 2024, resulting in the Financial Stabilization Reserve being below the minimum balance of 5% of operating expenditures. As per Policy C629, Financial Stabilization Reserve, when the reserve falls below minimum balance, a strategy must be implemented to restore the reserve back to its minimum balance within 3 years. Attachment 5 outlines options to repay the Financial Stabilization Reserve. We are recommending option 2, a 1% increase for 2025 and 2026. This option has been incorporated into the proposed supplemental operating budget adjustment. Option 1 is not recommended due to the high tax increase of 1.6% in 2025. Options 3 and 4 are not recommended due to the extended length of time. A 5-year repayment would require an exemption to the policy. As well, since the minimum balance is based on a percentage of operating expenditures, the farther out the timing is, the more likely expenses will be increased, requiring more to be paid back. Option 2 is recommended because it smooths out the tax increase over multiple years and provides some flexibility if structural budget variances persist, as we know it might take 2 or 3 years to address some of these variances. This option provides the highest amount of annual tax revenue, which could then be redirected to other priorities such as renewal when the FSR reaches the minimum balance again. It is important to note that changes to the tax increase or other amendments could impact the Financial Stabilization Reserve repayment plan. The repayment plan will be recalculated and confirmed prior to finalizing the tax increase, like we do with the Edmonton Police funding formula. Attachment 1 also outlines adjustments that have no tax levy impact but require council approval. Notable adjustments include regular sanitary services strategy fund, adjustments based on planned construction activity by EPCOR, as well as fees being paused during the regular sanitary service strategy fund transformation project, which is expected to be completed in 2025. Any expense and revenue adjustments are offset by a transfer from the SSSF reserve. The one-time servicing study requires an exemption to policy C610, fiscal policy for planning and development businesses, to fund $1.3 million in one-time expenses for servicing study, establishing constraints and general phasing of development south of 41st Avenue. This amount will be recovered in subsequent years through a fee. Transfers of $0.5 million in membership fees for FCM and Alberta municipalities from the Office of the City Clerks to the Council's common budget, so that these funds will be under Council oversight in alignment with other related expenditures for these organizations. Other EPS adjustments are presented for information, but these have no tax levy impact and are approved by the Commission as outlined by the Police Act. The assessment change required by each property owner each year is unique to that property. This is because the ultimate tax impact to a specific property owner in a given year is dependent not only on the overall change in the tax levy, but also in the way their assessment changed relative to others. Council ultimately determines the tax levy requirement, referred to as the tax increase. The assessment area is responsible for determining assessment values. This means that while Council is responsible for determining how much revenue is collected, the distribution of the tax levy is determined through the assessment process. Based on the budget adjustments we've brought forward to you today, the average Edmonton household would pay approximately $828 in property taxes for every $100,000 of their assessed home value in 2025, an increase of $62 compared to 2024, or $2.25 per day. For an average home, one assessed at $428,500, this is $9.72 per day. For this household, $9.72 per day facilitates multimodal travel with active transportation, traffic lights, snow removal, repair crews, and transit. Supports healthy living and community connection with parks, recreation facilities, libraries, winter skating, and social programs. Delivers emergency services provided by Fire Rescue and the Edmonton Police Service. Enhances life in an urban center through arts and culture, tourism, attractions, sports, and enables opportunity for prosperity through supports for small businesses and partnerships with educational institutions. This table summarizes the unfunded service packages presented in the fall supplemental operating budget adjustment, including items Council has asked to come back for consideration during the budget deliberations. Governance of agencies, boards, and commissions is outside of the City Manager and Administration's authority. Therefore, all service packages for agencies, boards, and commissions is submitted as unfunded, as any funding decisions relating to these agencies must be made by Council. Note that upon receiving a letter from the Mayor requesting to limit budget requests for the remainder of the cycle, EFCL withdrew one of its 2 service packages. The total funding of all unfunded service packages in the supplemental operating budget adjustment is $30.6 million in 2025, which is the equivalent of a 1.43% tax increase. The unfunded service packages have been included in Attachment 2 for your reference. Unfunded service packages that result from motions made after August 31st are included as an addendum. The addendum also includes 2 service packages for advancing the Industrial Investment Action Plan, which were originally scheduled to be returned in spring of 2025, but are being advanced for Council consideration earlier. The total of these packages is in the addendum is $20.9 million for 2025, which is the equivalent of a 0.97% tax increase. The total of all unfunded service packages is $51.5 million for 2025, or 2.4%. At the September 10th, 2024 City Council meeting, Council passed a motion that administration bring forward options in the supplemental operating budget adjustment for reallocation within the existing operating budget to support low-income transit pass, ride transit program on a one-time basis in the amount of $10.2 million. The total annual transit revenue shortfall is $13 million, comprised of the ride transit gap and changes to travel patterns post-pandemic, which include a portion of riders working primarily from home or hybrid. Attachment 7 of the supplemental operating budget adjustment outlines options to address the full $13 million annual gap in transit fare revenues. Left unaddressed, this structural budget variance will continue to impact the financial stabilization reserve balance. Council could use a combination of the following options: one-time use of the LRT reserve, which would require a policy exemption. Administration is currently preparing an update to the LRT reserve policy, which is anticipated to be discussed with Council in the first half of 2025. Deferred planned transit service improvements, which Council approved in the fall of 2023 supplemental operating budget adjustment and scheduled to be implemented in April of 2025. Revisiting transit fare prices in addition to what is already approved in the 4-year budget. Or Council can consider increasing the tax levy, which would require a 0.6% increase to address the full $13 million annual shortfall in revenues. Administration will continue to review measures to address the fare revenue gap, which has such as increased presence of transit peace officers and enhanced security measures. A new multi-day ARC pass will be implemented for 2025, as well as changes in age range for youth fare from 24 to 18, which can generate additional revenue. A report reviewing the cost recovery targets for the transit fare policy will be discussed with Council in Q1 of 2025. I will now turn it back to Stacey to discuss the options to consider as we move forward into December.
Administration released the fall supplementary budget adjustment on October 31st, and since then there have been two significant updates. First, on November 1st, EPCOR announced an $8 million increase to the dividend it pays annually to the city. As the increase was not known at the time of budget development, this provides additional revenue over and above what is contemplated in the budget. We adjusted Attachment 1 to reflect the EPCOR dividend, and we placed that funding in financial strategies. Council can choose to invest it on services without further impacting the tax levy increase, or alternatively, Council can choose to reduce the tax levy. The impact of reduction would be 0.4%. Second, on November 8th, the Utility Committee passed a motion to increase electricity franchise fee rate to 17.65%, and Council approved this increase earlier this morning. This will generate additional revenue in 2025 of $9.7 million and an additional $3.5 million in 2026 for a total additional annual revenue of $13.2 million in the base budget from 2026 onwards. If these funds were applied to reduce the tax levy, the impact would be a reduction of 0.5% in 2025 and 0.2% in 2026. As administration, we explore a range of options and solutions to manage tax levy increases. However, some decisions rest solely with Council. This slide outlines ongoing operating funding options and their implications to provide a comprehensive view of the choices available. Council can consider approaches such as increasing property taxes, adjusting user fees, modifying service levels, or allocating funding from sources like the EPCOR dividend or OP12 savings. These options allow Council to assess all possible avenues to support sustainable financial planning while managing budget impacts. So we'll shift to a discussion of the supplemental capital budget adjustment for the 2023 to 2026 capital budget. The SCBA allows Council to make adjustments to the capital budget twice a year. These adjustments can be made in response to changing project needs, new funding opportunities, emerging challenges, and shifting priorities. Regular adjustments also give the city the ability to make necessary changes to capital budgets through the Project Development and Delivery Model, PDDM. The PDDM model is iterative, meaning that with each phase of concept and design, the city can create more precise estimates. This allows us to make sure that projects reach an appropriate level of development before being considered for delivery. Regular budget adjustments are a key part of this model. The corporate business plan outlines the steps that we'll take to achieve the Connect Edmonton strategic goals and the city plan's big city moves. We're focusing on maintaining a great city, including parks, bridges, paths, roads, buildings, and LRT lines that Edmontonians rely on every day. The capital budget helps to address these challenges by focusing on maintaining existing infrastructure while also advancing projects that are essential to the city's growth. The projects in the capital budget help to build Edmonton's mobility network regardless of how people choose to travel. The projects support the development of communities where people can access many of their daily needs within a 15-minute commute. And these capital investments support economic growth across the city's diverse industries. Lastly, the capital projects help Edmonton to adapt to climate change and support energy transition. The current four-year capital budget was approved in December 2022 and adjusted through August 2024. Today, we're presenting the fourth supplemental capital budget adjustment for the 2023 to 2026 capital budget cycle. The fall 2024 SCBA report has three recommendations. The first is that the 23 adjustments in Attachment 4 of the fall 2024 SCBA report be approved. They include scope changes, new profiles, recosting and recosting adjustments. Subsequent slides will elaborate on these categories and highlight the key adjustments. As per Attachment 6, the second recommendation is that sales proceeds and operational savings resulting from the disposition of Century Place and Chancery Hall be redirected to the interim financing reserve until $22.7 million of capital costs for the downtown workspace optimization project have been recovered. The third recommendation is the in-private discussion outlined in Attachment 7 of the Fall Supplementary Capital Budget Adjustment Report be approved. The approved capital budget, including tax-supported operations, waste, Blatchford, and downtown district energy utilities, stands at $10.82 billion. It's comprised of $9.47 billion for 2023 to 2026 and $1.35 billion approved in years 2027 and beyond. The Fall 2024 SCBA report addresses administration's recommended adjustments to the capital budget for tax-supported operations. Adjustments to the waste, Blatchford, downtown district energy utilities budgets are brought forward in separate reports to City Council directed through the Utility Committee. I'll now turn it back to Jody to walk you through specific adjustments.
The Fall 2024 Supplemental Capital Budget Adjustment recommends the net increase of $151.8 million to the city overall approved capital budget. The table on this slide shows the categorization of all adjustments and the significant projects included in each one. There is $110.1 million net increase in 11 new profiles recommended for funding, including the Overlanders and Homesteader neighborhood construction, Hillview neighborhood and alley reconstruction, Glenwood neighborhood and alley reconstruction, and the downtown workspace optimization projects. A complete listing of recommended capital profiles is included in Attachment 5 of the Fall 2024 SCBA report. A $1.3 million net increase relating to scope changes, including Fire Station 7 building rehabilitation. Recosting increases resulting in a net increase of $41.7 million, primarily attributed to the Terwilliger Drive Expressway upgrades, with an additional $41 million of provincial grant funding. Recosting decreases or releases result in a net $1.3 million reduction to the approved capital budget to release third-party funding from EPCOR for low-impact development work activities in the 103rd Avenue streetscape and the Rossdale Road reconstruction projects. Notable items contributing to this net increase are the $87.4 million in new 2027 and beyond neighborhood renewal reserve funding, $41 million in additional funding for the Terwilliger Drive Expressway for the provincial grants, and $22.7 million for the downtown workspace optimization through interim financing. The next few slides will walk council through changes to the city's corporate funding pool. The corporate funding pool is a term used to describe funding sources used primarily for capital that have very few constraints. It consists of 4 funding sources: pay-as-you-go funding, which is a combination of investment earnings and tax levy directed towards capital; Municipal Sustainability Initiative, or MSI, funding, which is a provincial grant; Local Government Fiscal Framework, or LGFF, funding, which is another provincial grant that will replace the MSI program in 2024, and the Canada Community Building Fund, or CCBF, which is an annual grant from the federal government. Funds are held in a corporate funding pool to address future budget needs and manage emerging items. Negative balances should be avoided. After the approval of the Spring 2024 Supplemental Capital Budget Adjustment, the corporate funding pool had a balance of $2.7 million due to allocating all available corporate funding to unfunded critical renewal projects and the approval of the release of $2.7 million in pay-as-you-go from various profiles. Adjustments since the Spring 2024 SCBA included the OP12 item P11, reduce public engagement for infrastructure projects, a pay-as-you-go reduction of $0.2 million, and a reduction of the city's 2024 CCBF allocation of $1.6 million. These adjustments left the corporate funding pool at a balance of $0.9 million prior to the Fall 2024 SCBA. The only item being recommended for the funding for the corporate funding pool is the purchase of 3 maintenance vehicles to support the Citadel Theatre lease agreement at $0.4 million from pay-as-you-go. Approving the fall 2024 SCBA recommendations would leave a positive balance of $0.5 million in the corporate funding pool. The initial 2023 to 2026 capital budget approved a renewal investment of $1.95 billion. This amount represents only 54% of the identified ideal renewal investment of $3.58 billion. The funding gap was even more pronounced for renewal programs without constrained funding. These programs receive only 30.7% of their ideal investment. Through the fall 2023 and spring 2024 SCBAs, an additional $110.8 million was allocated to address unfunded renewal projects with significant risk. Despite these additional funds, a substantial 2023 to 2026 renewal funding gap of $1.52 billion persists. I will now turn it over to Alberto to walk you through the carbon budget update.
Thank you, Jody. Good morning. The 2024 full carbon budget provides the annual update to the 2023-2026 carbon budget as part of the city's multi-year approach to the carbon budgeting and accounting framework. This follows the same cycle as the capital and operating budget adjustments. This fall update also includes greenhouse gas emission assessments for the capital budget adjustments approved by Council in the spring of this year, as well as Council decisions made in the fall of 2023 that impacted the carbon budget. The fall carbon budget update includes qualitative and, when possible, quantitative evaluations of the greenhouse gas emission impacts for each budget request within the proposed budget adjustments and can be used to inform financial investment decisions. The majority of the climate initiatives funded in the 2023-2026 budget cycle remain in the carbon budget and are not impacted significantly by the budget adjustments being submitted this fall. Overall, the results of the proposed 2024 capital, operating, and utility budget adjustments are not significantly improving nor contributing to current GHG emission levels. Based on annual targets to reach the 2025 goal of reducing community emissions by 35%, Edmonton's community emissions were targeted to be 13.4 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent or less in 2023. This target was not met, as 2023 community emissions in Edmonton were calculated to be 16.2 million tons of CO2 equivalents. This is an 11% reduction in emissions from Edmonton's 2005 baseline year. However, a 26% reduction in emissions was needed to reach the annual target. To get back on track to meet the 2025 target through direct reductions, in 2024, Edmonton's community emissions need to be reduced to 12.7 million tons or less, which is equal to 30% below 2005 emissions. The trend for this year indicates that this target will not be met. Based on this adjusted forecast, the year when the community carbon budget is forecasted to be depleted is 2036, which is unchanged from last year's update, but is 1 year earlier than forecasted in the 2023-2026 carbon budget. The increases observed in 2023 emissions are primarily due to increased energy use in sectors that were impacted by the pandemic, specifically buildings, industrial, and transportation. Although emissions have been increasing due to recovery from the pandemic, 2023 emissions remain 7% below pre-pandemic levels. Some positive trends are developing at the community level in Edmonton. The community has achieved and surpassed the 2030 energy and efficiency targets set in the energy transition strategy. As of 2023, Edmonton's per capita energy use has reduced by 40%, which is better than our target of 35% by 2030. Community installation of solar photovoltaic in the city has steadily increased, with over 2,000 installations in 2023 for a total connected capacity of approximately 50,000 kilowatts. The City of Edmonton's electric vehicle strategy has also seen positive outcomes, with community adoption exceeding initial projections. By 2022, EV registrations reached 2,300, surpassing the forecasted 1,300. This upward trend continued in 2023, with a 44% increase resulting in over 3,300 registered EVs. However, charging infrastructure has lagged, with only 72 charging stations available by the end of 2022. Limited charging infrastructure may hinder additional EV adoption. The corporate carbon budget is forecasted to be depleted in 2032, which is unchanged from last year's update, but is still 1 year earlier than outlined in the 2023-2026 carbon budget. During the fall 2023 budget deliberations, 2 motions were passed that impacted the corporate carbon budget. The first motion was for the operating expenditure budget for renewable energy credits to be decreased by $3.3 million for 2024 and 2025. Preliminary analysis of a $3.3 million reduction of the REC budget results in the corporation only purchasing about 20% of the RECs needed to offset its corporate electricity GHG emissions in 2024, which results in 65,000 tons being added back to the corporate emissions forecast for 2024 and 2025. In late 2025, a wind farm constructed under a renewable attributes purchase agreement is expected to be fully operational. The commissioning of this wind farm and the city's acquisition of the RECs associated to it may enable the city to offset more GHG emissions than in 2024. However, not all corporate electricity emissions are expected to be covered by this agreement. The city's acquisition of RECs from this wind farm facility are expected to bring the corporate emissions forecast back down to the line reported in the original carbon budget. The second motion was to add 50,000 annual bus service hours for Edmonton Transit Service in support of the implementation of the mass transit network. The 2023-2026 carbon budget included growth in transit service, resulting in 23,700 tons of reductions in the community emissions annually after 2026. Implementation of the mass transit network supports reducing community emissions by providing Edmontonians with a lower emitting transportation option compared to personal vehicles. This decision moves up the budgeted community emissions reductions associated with service growth from 2027 to 2025. However, the 2023-2026 carbon budget assumed that this service growth would utilize zero-emission vehicles. Therefore, the addition of 20 more diesel buses increased the corporate emissions forecast by approximately 1,300 tons per year. This is while facilitating up to 1 million new transit trips annually starting in 2025. The approved spring budget adjustments with quantifiable greenhouse gas emissions impacts include the Kathleen Andrews Transit Garage and the Fire Station 7 building rehabilitation projects, which have emission-reducing impacts totaling 115 tons of CO2 equivalents. The development of the Kenora and Garneau supporting housing projects have increased emission impacts totaling 414 tons of CO2 equivalents. The 2 quantifiable items in this fall budget update includes the vehicle and equipment replacement project to support the Citadel and the unfunded service package for turf and horticulture and enhanced service levels. Overall, the quantifiable impact of the approved 2024 spring and proposed fall budget adjustments will have a net negative impact on corporate emissions, an increase of approximately 314 tons of CO2 equivalents. The approval of the unfunded service package for turf and horticulture enhanced service levels would add an additional 392 tons of CO2 equivalents to corporate emissions. It is important to note that the city has numerous initiatives underway that contribute to achieving GHG reduction targets. However, not all are quantifiable with the tools available to us today. The fall 2024 carbon budget update also evaluated the proposed actions to mitigate structural budget variances in the 2024 fall supplemental operating budget adjustment. And while the majority of the initiatives have no ability to impact emissions, the proposed cancellation of the home upgrades program would eliminate potential community emission savings that could possibly impact the carbon budget in 2025 and 2026. The ongoing reduction beyond 2026 would limit the ability of the city to extend or launch new community programs. Additionally, the option to defer transit service improvements outlined in Attachment 7, options to address the transit fare revenue gap, would also negatively impact community emissions, as transit service levels would not be maintained to keep up with growth. The next carbon budget update in 2025 will be the last update before our 4-year budget cycle. As part of this update, along with the information we usually present, we will include a lessons learned analysis of our experience through the first 4 years of carbon budgeting, as well as an outlook for changes and improvements that will be implemented in the 2027-2030 carbon budget. I will pass it back to Stacy to provide the final public slides.
So appreciate the presentation as long as this last little bit. We'll move through the review of the multi-year budgeting policy C578. The fall and spring capital budget adjustment processes will remain unchanged under this policy. The adjustments allowed address changes in project need, funding opportunities, emerging issues, and priorities. The carbon budget update schedule also will remain the same, with updates presented alongside the fall budget adjustment process. The key change in the policy is the operating budget adjustment process. City budgeting practices allow for 2 key adjustment periods in each year, one in the fall and one in the spring. The fall supplementary operating budget adjustment is spread over several days to allow for in-depth deliberation. Council uses this period to make necessary funding adjustments for programs and services for the coming year. In contrast, the spring supplementary budget adjustment process is a single-day process. It is meant only to respond to major emerging impacts, most commonly those resulting from provincial and federal budgets. Following the spring supplemental budget adjustment, tax rate bylaws are established 1 week later. This sets the municipal tax rates for the year and includes other levies, such as those for provincial education tax. By keeping this timeline, we can ensure that tax notices are mailed to property owners on time. Looking ahead, the spring supplementary budget adjustment process will transition in 2025 to become the municipal tax levy confirmation. Rather than allowing for broad budgetary adjustments, the process will focus on updating the tax levy to reflect changes in provincial or federal funding. This shift is intended to create more predictability for property owners regarding expected tax changes, while also reducing the internal resources required for budgeting. These changes have been articulated in points 7 and 8 of Council Policy C578A, multi-year budgeting. For 2025, the timeline for operating budget process will be as follows. In the fall 2024, Council will determine the tax levy and budget any changes based on Council priorities and external factors. In April of 2025, we will confirm the tax levy to account for adjustments resulting from federal and provincial budgets. And by late 2025, property tax rates will be finalized for the year. Finally, in May 2025, tax notices will be mailed to property owners detailing their tax requirements for the year. This approach will help maintain budget stability and provide clear timelines for taxpayers. So today we've provided you with our initial fall supplementary budget presentation. The next steps are for budget deliberations scheduled for December 2nd through 5th. Note that representatives from external agencies, boards, and commissions will be available to answer council questions about their service packages in the afternoon of December 2nd. Our fall budget adjustment recommendations are about taking fiscally responsible steps to manage the budget challenges we face and to minimize the impact of those challenges on our services and the people we serve. We found opportunities to reduce our spending without significantly impacting services, and we've recommended some necessary increases to user fees and property taxes. The city's financial challenges are complex, and while it's going to take several years to manage them, we can make meaningful progress this fall. Thank you for the attention to this presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for such a comprehensive presentation on all of these areas. I really want to thank you for working diligently over the last number of months and also heeding the expectation of this council that 13%, what was discussed a number of months ago, was unacceptable, and bringing it down to 8.1%. And now look forward to working with you over the next number of weeks to further look for opportunities for where opportunities may come for reductions or service enhancement. So thank you. I really want to take a moment on behalf of council to thank your entire team for working really hard over the last number of months, as you have done over the last 3 years in my experience. Thank you so much for that. I will open up for questions from colleagues at this time, and Councillor Knack, you exempted this item, so I'll come to you.
Sure, thanks. I imagine you want to do rounds of questions before I know we like to do motions before, but in council, but do you want to wait?
Let me seek the direction from clerk, because we will do one round of questions on this, right? So,
Yeah, you can do one round of questions. We won't be doing motions today for amendments.
Yeah, I'm just saying, the motion, and then we would postpone. I'm just wondering,
Yes.
normally we start our discussion by making a motion, but because it's budget, we'll wait until we
Yeah,
finish the
let's
first round.
get through
Thank you.
one round
Okay.
of questions, yeah.
Fantastic,
Yeah.
thank you, just to make sure I'm going through the process right. Again, just echoing a huge thanks to all of everyone in city administration for the work that you've done on this budget. A few quick questions I'm going to run through here. First, this may be more to Ms. Petrina. This deals with the population growth we heard in our economic forecast update, but what's our current ratio of infill to development outside the Henday? We were about 1/3 to 2/3, I think. Is that still around where we're at?
The latest is around 30%. I can see what the more recent numbers are, but it's about trending towards that 30% growth.
That's the
in infill.
ballpark. And I just ask because again, still trying to get a sense of, with all of the population that we've just been told, it's still the vast majority is moving outside the Henday into areas that don't yet have services, and that creates some of the financial pressure I think we're facing here.
We are seeing positive trends as it relates to the impact of the zoning bylaw and the multifamily development infill that's happening in the redeveloping communities is increasing compared to last year.
Yeah, so that should start to shift the ratio over time. I mean, it's still going to take a long time to reverse what happened over the decades before, but that's good to hear.
The policy levers that council has directed I would say, are working.
Great. And we have a separate financial conversation at a later time about how we deal with growth and paying for that. So, okay. No, we've talked about this a million times, so I don't want to dwell on it too much, but just confirming with the grants in lieu of property tax conversation, we have to repay the FSR. We have a deficit position. If the GPOT funding was fully restored, both in terms of back pay and then ongoing, am I correct to assume the back pay portion, I'm going to call it that, whether we want to call it that, it's fair enough, but the back pay portion would essentially offset the entire deficit that we're currently facing, plus a little bit, right? We're about 80 million that would be made up over since 2019.
Yeah, I'll maybe just use slightly different language.
Yeah,
That
that's
if you
fair.
were to collect all the previous years, you would be able to bring your FSR back up to minimum balance.
Yeah, so
you'd be closer to minimum balance, and that's the accumulation of multiple years.
Correct,
deficits.
yeah. So essentially that would offset the 1% that we would be looking at this year, and then the 1% we'd be looking at next year if that previous amount was fully brought back into our budget.
Yes,
Yeah.
provided you with caveats that you didn't run a deficit this coming year.
Exactly, yeah, and that's still a separate conversation. And then the other piece is, if it was fully restored on an ongoing basis, what's the ongoing amount in terms of a percentage? Again, it's 0.65, something around there?
So it's roughly 15 million, and there's obviously a process that we have to do to confirm the amounts every year.
Give or take, so we'd be
but
talking about 0.7%.
0.7, yeah.
Okay, so if that had been there, okay. Again, that might not change, but I know Alberta Municipalities is doing a lot of advocacy on it, so I just wanted to get a sense of how that could impact our budget if that advocacy was successful. I wanted to check, I don't know if we have any of the historical data on the surveys. I know we've been doing these surveys for a while now. I was trying to get a sense of, I tried to pull up some of the old ones. Do we have any sense of the results that I found? No surprise. A lot of folks don't want to pay more in taxes, and yet I think only a third are saying, yeah, reduce services. So a majority of Edmontonians don't want us to reduce service. At the same time, they don't want us to raise taxes. That feels to be fairly consistent over the years as a message we normally hear, but I just wanted to know, do we have any of the old survey data? If there's been a shift
So
in
we absolutely have all the the 3 years data on the service satisfaction.
Yep.
We have all of our engagement from previous years. I think that's actually still up on the budget website. I would say though, like in our public opinion research, almost half of survey respondents say that they would support a reduction in services to maintain close to that 7%.
Yeah, to maintain.
So we're starting to see a bit of a shift.
Which was interesting. I appreciate that. Oh gosh, there's no time. The final question, although I just closed Describe, which was great. This is a very just small technical one. in the section for the updated service fees, I have two quick questions. One of which is all of the charts, am I just misreading it? The updated service fees list a current, then the two proposed. This might just be a typo that the current says the 2025 fee, but it should be 2024 in that column, I think, unless I'm misunderstanding, essentially starting in page 70-ish. But the more specific one I wanted to ask about is on page, I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for all the hard work and this presentation, series of presentations. It was excellent. So I just want to clarify, with the dividends that we were looking at, and I think it added up to 0.9, which, if it went straight to the tax levy instead of increased services, would reduce the tax rate to 7.2%.
So EPCOR dividend,
Yeah, and the utilities there.
yes,
Yeah.
you get close to 1% if you take both the dividend increase and the increase in franchise fees.
Yeah, so
The
that would-
2025 portion, yeah,
So
0.9,
if applied directly to the tax rate, it would reduce to 7.2.
that's correct.
And to Councillor Knack's question, if the province actually restored the grants in place of taxes for operating, because we do service their buildings just like we do every other building in Edmonton, that 0.7, then that would take our tax rate down to 6.5%.
Yes, and I believe you passed a motion saying that if it was restored,
We would go
yeah.
straight to taxes, yeah. So that's substantial right there. We can reduce the tax right now to 6.5% if we do not increase spending. Okay, so.
and you get GPOT, sorry.
And we got grants in place of taxes, because otherwise what the province is essentially saying to Edmontonians is, we will not give you a grant in place of taxes. In fact, you will bear that cost, either through your tax or through a reduction of service. Fair enough?
Yes, you bear the cost of serving provincial buildings, yeah.
And that's on top of the $270 approximately $1 million a year decrease in infrastructure funding from the province when we look at the MSI or the TGFF. Or LGFF, sorry.
That's correct, our funding has declined over the years.
While our population has increased, and by the end of this term, looks like that during this term, population increase of 270,000 people. That's like moving the entire city of Saskatoon into our borders. Sound about right?
I can confirm the number. I can.
I did the math. That's correct. Okay, so the $9.72 a day. What was it last year? $8 and 76?
876, we think, yeah.
876. Yeah.
Sorry, 871.
871. Okay. All right. So inflation hits us all. We can't avoid it. What we're looking at now, without any reductions, is about $69 a month difference on the average home. I did the math. It's okay. Okay. So
I think it's 62, and that's per 100,000 of assessed value.
Oh, okay. Because I was looking at that $828 a year, and divided by 12 was 60. But anyway, I digress. There are those in the public who feel that there's probably a lot of waste in the system, and we can reduce a bunch of things without impacting services. But in the presentation you gave us today, you showed that within the system, you've already transferred things from one area to another in order to reduce that tax rate from that 13.2 or whatever, wherever it was, down to the 8.1, which is substantial. Is there a way to better communicate to the public the actual cost of things? Because they're going to look at something like an expense like $15 million and be like, wow, you guys are wasting money. But in the grand scheme of things, we are actually finding ways to transfer dollars and save money. And I'm wondering how we better communicate that with the public. Because there's not a lot of new spending that we're doing. We're not adding to capital. We're actually cutting a bunch of operating, and we're transferring dollars within the system toward more core and renewal services that we just saw. So that's my question, is how do we better communicate this to the public in a way that is digestible for them?
Yeah, I think we can always look at is there a better way we can communicate with Edmontonians? Is there a different venue that we can communicate with Edmontonians? One of the reasons that we do the graph on where your municipal taxes go is that can be one of the easiest ways for us to convey the money that you pay us, what do we spend
Which would
that
explain
on?
to them the $1.5 billion funding gap, which is not a gap that, oh no, we mishandled money. It's because we made choices to reduce tax rates. Yeah?
Yeah, sorry, I just didn't catch the first part
That's
of
okay,
your-
I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to clarify from process point of view, because we have number of items cross-referenced. We usually do one round for operating, one round for capital, and then we have in-camera items that we will do also on another round. So I think what we will do, because capital and operating are intertwined, so we will do 2 rounds. So you have another 5 minutes when you come back, right? And then we will do 1 round when we go in camera on the in-camera items. That's what head city clerk has advised. So we will follow that process. Good, thank you. So don't worry about there'll be overlap on capital and operating questions, so you can follow that. Okay, good. With that, I'm going to go to Councilor Wright.
So 2 rounds, capital and operating together, and then a 3rd round in private, everything together. Okay, thank you. Okay, I guess very quickly, that $972 a day is based on the property value of the average of that 428.5, is that right? So that could change if next year's assessments go up or down?
I gotta think this through. So, because you're gonna determine a tax number, and then we're gonna distribute it out over assessment. So, when we take the typical property, we should have already adjusted for that, so. So your typical property should increase, year over year as assessments increase. So I think we're comparing apples to apples.
Okay.
And maybe if I can just correct, it was 8.97 last year.
Oh, from last year, okay. Okay, and then I've got, so the GPOT, and in banking, we used to refer to it as arrears or delinquency, that was the term, of non-payment. That could also be applied to this year's tax levy, could it not? Or does it have to go back to the deficit? I guess it would end up being the same thing. I'm just wondering how much it would reduce the tax levy by. Would it be like almost 4% if we just applied it?
You're talking about if they paid us for previous years?
Yeah.
So you can't use that to reduce the ongoing tax levy. You would have so it's almost indirect. If you did that, you'd have to then figure out how to replace that the following year, and you'd see a reduction and then a huge spike. But if you put that in the FSR, you could lower that 1%.
Okay, so it would only be the 1. Okay. And then, Felicia, you mentioned that the recent inflation was not taken into account in the outlook that was provided. Is that because it wasn't anticipated, or?
No, in terms of what wasn't included in the outlook was the reductions to the federal government immigration levels target over the course of 25 through to 2027. We had incorporated some anticipated reductions to temporary residents, but not to permanent resident admissions for 25 and 26.
Okay, that's the immigration. I'm sorry, I said inflation.
Yes, in terms of inflation, we had incorporated the 3.1% as of the year-to-date mid-year number, but over the course of the last quarter, we didn't actually have that information before we finalized the summer outlook. And that was just for consumer inflation.
Okay. And then I've got actually a specific question in regards to the Planning and Development Reserve. Because there's an unfunded service package for non-residential planning. Can that reserve be used for that unfunded service package?
Those industrial non-funded service packages don't align with the policy of the planning and development business model. The servicing study that is proposed to be funded out of the planning and development business model, we're intending to recover those costs through application fees. So it's different in terms of its purpose.
Because from the 2022 balance of about 41 million, and now for 25, well, I guess the actuals for 24, 25 are over 50 million. So I'm just wondering if it was anticipated, if it wasn't anticipated that these extra funds were going to be there.
And those funds are application fees. So we've had higher volumes than anticipated this year in terms of the application fees that our applicants have paid for services. So part of that is to deal with resourcing to be able to meet our service levels. So we do have to increase some of our service levels along with the folks in technology to deliver the application processing.
Okay, so based on the increased revenue, there's going to be increased work that goes along with it that'll use up that money.
That's correct.
Okay, okay. I guess that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ed. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I have a lot of specific questions relating to some of the operational expenditures, but I want to start with where Edmontonians are at and the distribution on the budget engagement response. If you go back to the PowerPoint presentation, there's sort of a prioritization of what people feel issues are. And I'm looking also at the research report that was submitted in concert with this, and there's no prioritization of where the distribution of the people who were surveyed fall in terms of what their priorities were. Do you have any more insight into what that allocation was?
The prioritization of the services, or?
Yeah, in the PowerPoint, and I've got a lot of tabs open right now, but in the PowerPoint, I think one of the first slides you show is sort of a ranked list, and it's 1 through 7, but number 1 is, I think, community safety, and then and it's sort of around a circle, but there's no, that's exactly it. Thank you for pulling that up. But there's no it's not identified how the people you surveyed prioritize that, and what proportion said that these issues were priority to them.
Yeah, so I would best describe these as the themes that we heard throughout the engagement. And so they didn't prioritize them. And in fact, you might have, if you were part of our engagement, identified community safety and transit safety. And so we didn't have people prioritize this list. This is a list of themes of what we heard through the engagement we did.
And so maybe, I appreciate that clarification on prioritization, but was there a distribution in terms of how many people identified those particular themes?
I would have to go back and look, because this is the key themes from the wider engagement, so I can go back and have a look at that.
Okay.
I would say what we did observe is in the service satisfaction that we're seeing people still, the change in the services that are delivered, the things that were always important are still important, but people are wanting us to spend less to deliver those same things, and they're willing to take reductions.
Yeah, and I noted that as well, and I think those are important nuances. But yeah, it'd be helpful to sort of understand, for me, it'd be helpful to understand where people sort of allocated their attention in terms of what they wanted to see the city focus on. Another thing that caught my attention, and this is really minor, but I was looking at the capital budget and I was wondering when we do when is the next policy review of the PDDM model scheduled? Because I didn't see that in the policy document.
Councillors, Hamilton, we don't have it scheduled as of yet, but it's certainly something that is part of our work in advance of the next budget cycle.
Okay, and I'll probably have more questions on that, perhaps in future rounds. But my next question, and perhaps this is best reserved for in private, but the increase to WCB premiums continues to be an issue. And I know that you said that this is this is something you're investigating further. I also know that it's complicated. It can be really complicated. But I'm wondering if you have any sort of working theories or educated guesses in terms of what you're seeing.
I can try that. So I think a couple of things. We're seeing the subsidy that we have received go down, but also an increase in WCB claims. So I think the combination has really driven up the cost, and we're making efforts across the board operationally to try to get at what's happening with the WCB claims. So it's going to take some time, but we're working on that.
That's really helpful context. Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my first question would be, if the Bank of Canada continues to cut interest rates, I've heard that they may come down yet another full point. What does that have on our situation?
So I'll maybe start and then ask Felicia to supplement. I think it would generally be indirect, because what we do when we borrow is we borrow at the time that we require the cash, and we lock into an interest rate that is the duration, the life of the loan. So a 30-year borrowing, we establish the rate at borrowing for the entire 30 years. And so it would potentially impact debt servicing in future years. But no, just because interest rates have gone down doesn't mean that the interest rates on all our debentures go down.
And conversely, some of our debt on projects would have been locked in at a much more desirable interest rates in the past. Is that true?
Yep, that's fair.
Okay, so yeah. Also, I just want to add, taking from a 13% estimate to an 8% estimate is impressive. That's a 5% change. I don't know if we properly addressed how not address that, but I guess as council, I mean, that's very significant. I thought that we'd be coming in here dealing with 13. So I just want to really commend the hard work of the team and the strategic thinking around mitigating those costs. 5% is my rough math is close to $100 million. So I just want to give a special thanks to Ms. Padbury, Mr. Robar, and everyone who helped you today bringing to this point. That is it almost makes me wonder, like, it doesn't almost seem real, a 5% internal reduction.
So while I think we appreciate the kind words, I think one of the things that we would flag, and we tried to flag in the presentation, is that there's still work to do there, and there's still exposure to the tune of $59 million of that, and we continue to do that work.
Yeah, absolutely. But still, I just want to acknowledge the work underway right now. I think that's really important. So please take the compliment. My next question, I see the government of Alberta has capped temporarily freezing the amount rural municipalities are responsible for paying for frontline policing services in Alberta. Since the election of council this term, I think we've increased policing almost 20%. That's almost another $100 million. Have we heard anything from the province about a similar freeze in police costs or any adjustment there? They talk about trying to make sure municipalities' costs remain stable. Where's the adjustment for big cities?
We haven't heard anything from the province with regard to that.
Okay, that's, I mean, that could be a whole, I mean, $27 million for rural Alberta. If we were to receive the equivalents, or we should probably receive more given the fiscal gap report, that would be almost 1.5% for Edmonton as well.
So I can't necessarily confirm those numbers. What I can say is that we've always, as part of our advocacy, tried to advocate for not just for police grants that adjust with both population and inflation.
Yeah. I guess while we're on policing, which is our largest budget item, I mean, I found it interesting. We were talking about the body cams recently, that we're going to be allocating $16 million towards those. Now they aren't legally required immediately, but they were said to be required by the province. But have we received any notification about additional cost sharing or cost coverage or anything from the province? Because if not, we have to reduce that. That's effectively a $16 million cut to the police budget.
I haven't heard any updates on whether or not that's going to be cost shared at this time.
Okay. And no word that the province is going to pay their property taxes, as said earlier. Is that still the word? We have no announcement, nothing yet.
No announcements yet.
Yeah. You will know.
And we're not able to take them to court.
I'll say no and wait for a lawyer to object.
Time is out. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I also want to echo my appreciation for all the work that went into all 4 of these reports. I wanted to touch on the change in the composite profile threshold from 2 and 5 million to 10 million. So this seems like a pretty significant policy shift, and I just don't recall if that had come before us previously as a formal recommendation or a change to policy.
I'll start, and I'll just ask Stacey and Jody to confirm. So my understanding is that it's not built into policy, but it is actually a choice that administration and council have made in the past to allow for transparency and for better reporting on the large investments. So that was made years ago without having been adjusted to the reality of what $2 and $5 million actually represent now. There's also been significant improvement in how we report to council and the visibility of projects, progress and that are done even within composites. And so from that perspective, the increase will reduce the administrative burden without reducing the visibility of council on the projects.
Yeah, and I think there's the visibility piece. I think there's also the decision point piece. So, I know that a number of projects sort of make it to checkpoint 3, but then don't necessarily move forward. I mean, I think that's problematic in itself and maybe leads to some inefficiencies. But what I worry is it seems that more projects aren't going to have that check-in to reconfirm, financial realities, new priorities in, again, projects up to 10 million, which are not insignificant.
So it is correct that council would not have a approval if for projects that are approved during the budget deliberations and are part of the capital profiles. The council would have information on the progress of the projects, and so would be able to provide direction if needed.
Okay, thanks. Something to reflect further on. I appreciate the responses. With the multi-year budgeting policy, I noticed that one of the suggested amendments is to remove the opportunity for public input through a non-stat public hearing. Again, I know that's been our practice to have that, it's been our policy, I guess, to have that as part of the 4-year cycle. So just wondering some reflections on that.
So two things. One is we typically only do public hearing for the 4-year and not the SOBAs. So we're just trying to make sure that from a SOBA perspective. And it was also in discussion with the clerks. We don't typically put public hearings into policy because council does have the ability to call public hearing at their discretion. And I'll look to the clerks to correct me if I'm wrong on that.
No, that is correct.
Okay, so I appreciate the clarification. Yeah, we only do the public engagement as part of the 4 years, so not for the SOBAs, but I believe this policy applies to both the full 4-year and the adjustments.
It was going back to, we don't typically put public hearing into policy. Like council can make a discretionary decision to have public hearing at any point.
So I think that, you know, I think where it lives is all right. Let's say in 2027, what triggers the prompt to hold a non-stat? If it's not in policy, how do we make sure that that gets included?
So each time we bring you a 4-year budget, we hold a non-statutory public hearing. If we chose not to do one, like we bring you a budget process report that outlines that.
Okay,
And
so there is a budget process report. Okay.
If through that budget process report you want something changed, the time to indicate that is when we bring the budget process report.
Perfect. That's all I needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Carmel.
Yeah, Councillor Rice was before me.
Oh, Councillor Rice was ahead of you? Oh,
Councillor Rice is showing on our side. We're just not sure what's happening.
it's not showing on my list here. Okay, Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you for that. I would start thank administration to provide the detailed information and updates. So I agree with my colleagues' comments. My first question is going to the public engagement. I would like to know and a little bit more information about public engagement, say like what's the timeline we did for the public engagement and also what different approach we used. We use a survey or we use a different like the meeting or anything like that. So if we did for survey or what's the survey number, how many people participated for the survey?
Okay, let me go back to 2023 to 2026 public engagement. We would have done numerous things, including meetings, pop-ups. We had focus groups, and so there'd be a number of things that were done during the 2023 to 2026 for the service satisfaction survey that goes out annually every year. I'd have to get you what the response rate is. That's something I can follow up. I just don't have it at my fingertips. And then this year we did the public engagement research. And if I remember correctly.
So we had surveyed about 2,000 members of the Edmonton Insight community for this year. And so most of the survey were all sent to members of the Edmonton Insight community as shared by the public. And it's a representative of the broader public.
For me to ask this question, because in the report and for those supplement adjustment survey, it indicate only 528 people participated survey. So I was a little bit surprised to see that number, and it gave the over 1 million population. So can you confirm that?
So we shared it with about 2,000 members. I suspect that the 528 was the number of people who actually responded. And sorry, I'm just, so yeah. When we send out to the 2,000 folks in the Insight community, we targeted getting 400 responses back. We got 528.
Okay, that's my first question. I know I only have 5 minutes here, but I do have follow-up questions. I'm going to focus on capital budget first.
Maybe just one. We believe that number to be a representative sample of Edmontonians.
So, okay, 528. For the capital, I want to focus the capital first. right now, the increase for the change is $152 million. So there are two questions related to $152 million. Number one, is there a breakdown percentage for this $152 million for the renew and the growth? So what is the ratio between the renew funding increase and then growth funding increase?
So I would think we would always, so I can look at this unless Jody, you've got the answer right at your fingertips. So the net impact to the approved capital budget, the 151, 110 million of that looks to be neighborhood renewal, although there's the workplace optimization in there. So a good chunk of it is renewal, but when we track renewal versus growth, we would track it on the whole of the capital budget, not necessarily on what is the adjustment, the component of renewal and growth in the adjustment to the capital budget.
I understand that, and overall, but I do want to know, and for this adjustment, what's the ratio between the renew and then growth? Because the concern we heard over and over from Edmontonians is about, and we do not have the proper balance, and for the funding and in the capital between the renewal project and the growth project.
When I look at the details, we're spending $263.8 million on a number of projects that we talked about in the presentation. So most of them are reconstruction projects in neighborhood renewal. And so there's 263.8 million there, and that's offset by what money that we've released from other projects. So almost all of it is going to renewal.
I will follow. My time is out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Carpel.
Great, thank you. So I'm just going to start with some high-level questions, I guess. It's probably all I have time for. Can you remind us what the actual increases were, property tax increases were in 23 and 24?
Yep, let me just get to.
And this might require some research or some checking for later, but.
So, sorry, I have 4.96 for 2023, 8.9 for 2024.
8.9?
Correct, for 2024.
Right. And do you know what the gross amounts were in increased tax levy? So I'm thinking then, if I remember correctly, it was roughly 1.6 billion total property tax revenue in 2022. Do you have those actual numbers, 22, 23, 24?
I do, but they'd include growth on new growth in them.
Yeah, total, yeah, that would include new plus increases to existing, like the total gross dollars is what I'm interested in.
So if you just give us a minute, we can get you those.
And you can come back with that. So I'm interested in the gross actual tax, property tax revenue for 22, 23, and 24, which would be a forecast.
Okay, and we'd have that in one of the attachments, so while Nancy pulls it up, maybe go to your next question, I might be able to answer by the end.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so I wanted just to touch on neighborhood renewal. I think we've talked a little bit about this in the past, but if effectively pay-as-you-go dollars go to neighborhood renewal. And we do 4 neighborhoods a year, is that right?
I wouldn't call it pay-as-you-go. What goes into neighborhood renewal is the dedicated levy that that council previously passed. So
Right,
it's like pay-as-you-go, but it isn't, it came from the dedicated renewal.
Comes from, yeah, right. So, but we do about 4 neighborhoods, I think, a year.
I'm confirming.
Okay. I'm wondering if, and we have asked this, and there might be a report coming, and there's a lot of reports coming. What would the effect be of doing 1 less neighborhood a year? And then taking those dollars and either directing them to the tax levy or directing them to other, and this would be a policy exception, to other maintenance renewal work.
I do think that's coming back at the end of November, if I'm correct.
Yeah, that's correct. So it is for neighborhoods, and the report that's coming on November 26th will speak to an updated analysis that was first presented in 2022, if I'm not mistaken. And so you'll have the updated information about the possibility of reallocating 25 to 35%.
Right, okay. Thank you. It's ringing a bell now. I want to just talk briefly about the carbon budget. So there's a lot in there. At a very high level, generally speaking, what are we doing as a city to reduce GHGs? And I'm not looking for a broad, philosophical statement, but we try to improve our buildings. We try to build new buildings better. We do some granting dollars to, allow private buildings to do better. I think I've got that right. What else do we do?
So the major initiatives that are included in the 4-year budget that are climate related include things like district energy, the mass transit network, active transportation, things, big projects like that.
So district energy has an administrative budget and people dedicated to operating district energy. Blatchford Utility the same. We have people that are dedicated to renewing buildings and designing new buildings, or at least overseeing the design of new buildings. I'm wondering if we also have a dedicated department that's a department that is dedicated to climate change. What do they do that is different than those other departments that actually do the designing of the work or the maintaining of the work or the designing of the systems?
I'll maybe ask Kim Petrin to answer that.
So, Councillor Cartmel, we have a climate team within urban planning and economy that administer grants and initiatives along with policy work and supporting, elements across the corporation in terms of advancing climate energy transition and climate adaptation. So, are you looking for specifics of the work plan, or are you?
Well, I'm out of time. So I can come back, and I'll just wait for those numbers to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just have, I want to focus my questions. I just want to confirm for 2025, we had already previously approved a 7% increase, and that was 5.2 maintaining services, 0.3 council directed, 0.2 growth, new and enhanced services, 0.4, operating impacts of capital, 4.4, and Edmonton Police Services, 0.5. Is there any changes, like based on what you've done in this operating budget? Have we changed any of those ratios within that 7%?
I would say probably not significantly, because the maintained services, that is the largest category in which we move things around in.
So can I, and again, not necessarily need it today, but before the debate on December 2nd, can I get a breakdown of what was what would be council directed at that 0.3? What is growth on existing services and what is new or enhanced services from that breakdown of that 7%?
The original 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be great. And in the report, it talks about an ongoing increase of 0.9 million in 2025 to Edmonton Police Service. That would be in addition to the 0.5. I know it's coming from, well, I'll talk about the financial strategies piece in a bit, but what is the total amount of increase for police based on the funding formula?
Go on to your next question, I'll pull that up.
Okay, because my next question is, I guess, when we just debated and council approved the funding formula, administration had estimated about a 0.4% increase annually, about $7 million annual increase. But last year it was 1.6, this year it's 0.5. But you say, let me finish my thoughts. But then I read in this report that you're taking this from financial strategies because you've already budgeted for these, for the funding formula impacts.
It's personnel. So the original police funding formula was population plus inflation, and they were required to cover their personnel. The revised police funding formula is population for personnel expenditures, inflation for non-personnel expenditures, and the city is responsible for setting aside the budget for the increase in collective bargaining settlements. That is
so-
the largest
So that's the
item.
0.9.
Yes.
Okay, that helps clarify for that. Thank you. And then I just had a question too, in attachment 2 on the user fees, permits, and licensing fee schedule. Just confirming, none of these numbers are proposed amendments, they're just putting out what was already approved in 2023. And there is some bylaws, like I know there's the fire one that we debated at Community and Public Services, that talked about, you know, the fees changing for alarms. But I just want to confirm there's no other changes, like, it's a lot to go through, and I feel like I missed that in the 4-year budget, some of the changes, and I don't want to miss that, so I just want to confirm
We've included what was already approved.
what was already approved. Now, I guess the further question is, because we talked about those things, you know, you can either increase taxes, you can increase user fees. Is there any places within this schedule that administration would recommend increases to help with that funding gap? Other than, I know transit's already come up, but aside from that one, any other fee?
I think if you went back to the fiscal gap, things like leisure access pass, implementing a small fee could be something that's considered. I mean, part of the response to the fiscal gaps report was that we would bring you back a report with all of your revenue options.
Yeah. And have we considered, and I guess this last question quickly to Kim, I've noticed some of the fees are very shocking for what would be affordable housing providers, like they would just pay the same fees as a regular developer. Have we considered any fee adjustments for affordable housing providers or projects that are?
That has come up in the past in terms of offsetting the application fees through a grant, and that can sometimes happen through the grants, through other programs that we have. But the service we deliver is the same, so that's why they're like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. We will resume back at 1:30. Can someone move that we go in camera to deal with in-camera item that we will have at 1:30, then we'll come back to this one.
So moved.
Thank you. Second. Please vote.
You're just waiting for one vote.
You got mine, right?
Councillor Jans, are you with us? Appears Councillor Jans is not on the Google Meet.
We
Or
can
can we
mark-
mark him
yeah,
absent? Thank
yeah.
you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. got all the votes?
We do,
Just-
that carried unanimously. We are live.
Okay, we are live in public. Okay,
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'd like to move that the actions as outlined in attachment 1 and 2 of the November 13th, 2024 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 02276 be approved. 2, that the Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 02776 and attachment 2 remain private, subject to sections 17, 24, and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection Act. And 3, that attachment 1 of the Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 02776 remain private, subject to section 29 of the FOIP Act.
Second. Oh, no, you're on.
Second by Councillor Knack. Okay. All right. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And we are back to our item 71727374. And Councillor Tang, you were next in to ask questions, but to let people settle in. Thank you. Okay, we are ready? Okay, Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. Yes, I think moving from 13% to 8.1 takes tremendous work, and similarly want to express my gratitude to everybody involved. So my understanding for the capital budget slide, it was slide 34, where that chart is for that $101 million for capital. So my understanding is that bulk of that is really transferring between profiles. So there's some that's provincial grant for the cost increase, but there is no new impact on, there's no new impact on debt, right? Or pay as you go or whatever. And then that, and I see head shaking, thank you. And then that attachment about the emerging items, some of that is through the new legislation, and we haven't landed on a firm number yet, but that will be coming, correct? This is the school site servicing. This is the emerging items attachment, page 7. This is about servicing municipal land for schools as part of the school accelerator, et cetera. But I'm just double checking that this is not, we have not accounted for that piece is coming.
Sorry, Councillor Tang, which attachment number are you referring to?
Is it
8?
In the capital one, because I'm starting with capital.
Okay, sorry, yes, now
I'm
I'm
sorry,
with you.
and I'm just, can the clerk give a minute back to Councillor Tang, please?
I can come back to this if you want.
Right, and your question
So
is?
my question is, like, this is kind of, you're just giving us a heads up on what will be coming, but so far, because we haven't landed on a number, because we're still in conversation about servicing and whatnot, those numbers are not in this current SCBA submission.
That's correct.
Thank
So
you.
we've made an estimate of what we will think, but we still need confirmation of school sites.
Okay. So that would that be categorized as like legislatively required, or would that be council directed when it does come forward in the end?
Those would be legislatively required because we are required to actually do that work.
Perfect, thank you. And then I do have some questions on the service packages, but I'll save that for my next round. I wanted to ask more about the carbon budget. Okay, so I think in your presentation, we talked about we're not going to be reaching our GHG emission reduction goal. But at the same time, community, we've achieved the energy efficiency indicator above and beyond what we had originally forecasted. I'm like, how are those two not translating? Can you just help me square that?
Yeah, so the emission targets are just specifically related to the carbon emissions, and the energy consumption targets are, it's more of a mix of how the community is using that energy. So there is a relation, but not a one-to-one, I would say.
Okay. Because I mean, like, if we're more energy efficient, shouldn't we assume kind of a reduction? I guess what you're saying is it's just not proportional.
Right, yes.
And then I was wondering how, so there is a line in there about boards and commissions submission of capital profiles. When I think back to the last 3 years, we've made a lot of investments in climate projects. Our ABCs have as well. If I think about EPCOR, if I think about, Home Ed as reported in their annual report, and they're moving towards the goal of retrofitting their entire portfolio of housing stocks. Are you taking those into account? Because I'm like, how is that not having an impact in our goals?
So the boards and commissions work on emissions. So when we take a look at the community emissions, those are included as part of the forecasting pieces. Specific changes to by request for the boards can be assessed, but we don't have right now information available for the request currently in front of you for emissions from the boards and authorities. However, we did connect with a couple of them, and they would be able to answer those.
So this submission doesn't include any of the things I just talked about, for example?
No.
Okay.
The big pieces would have been included in the long-term forecast for the 4-year budget.
Okay, and then just on the energy poverty program, was this one singled out because it hasn't been launched yet? And then for this one, is this specifically for retrofitting homes that people own?
Yeah, that's the intent of the program. I'm sure someone in UP can have some more details, but yeah, I believe that's one of the reasons it was.
Councillor, it's Kent Snyder here online.
It's okay. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Also want to just commend administration on their hard work to get us to this point and down from 13. So just to start with some questions around the service satisfaction research, noting that folks are more comfortable with changes to user fees versus property taxes. And I see in the attachments that user fees and permits, it does look like they're being adjusted. I guess I wanted to ask about fine schedule as well. I didn't see any sort of fine schedule attached. Are those also being adjusted?
I don't believe we're adjusting any fines at this point in time, and so you don't see an attachment because the fines in the 4-year budget stand.
Okay, is there, I guess, what's the rationale for not taking a look at fines at this point?
So we don't consider fines to be a revenue source. We consider them to be a compliance activity.
Right.
Councillor Salvador, maybe as a part of the public spaces bylaw work, we will be looking at fines on that topic, but not a broad review of fines more generally. Not sure if that helps.
Okay, and yeah, no, I appreciate that work is underway. I'm just thinking, I mean, I'm aware of some fines that haven't been adjusted in like 10 years. And is there not some due diligence there where we at least sort of have some adjustments so they're keeping pace, recognizing obviously the primary purpose is not around revenue.
And that would take a significant amount of work just because fines are located within various bylaws. So that's something that we would have to look at more intentionally and would take some time to do that.
Is there a regular review process for fines at this point, or would there need to be some direction to do that body of work?
I think we do look at our bylaws more generally, but really the deep dive is right now into the public spaces bylaw.
Okay, I appreciate the clarity on that one. That is potentially something I'll pick up on later, but just turning to the structural budget variances, I just want to run through the numbers and make sure I have a firm grasp on things. So the 28 million that has already been addressed through budget reallocations, and that leaves the 59.2 remaining that needs to be addressed. So of that, the 14 million in the action plans that are, I think, in attachments 4 and 6. Do you need direction on that 14 million, or is that already like underway and accounted for?
No direction required.
So that's already...
Yeah, we will progress with those things.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to ask about the options that were presented in attachment 7 to address the transit fare revenue gap. I think we've had a number of conversations around increasing fares, which, not interested in that. I would worry about deferring service improvements while we're experiencing just record ridership and growth, which leaves the option of the LRT reserve. And I just wanted to get a better understanding of, what are some of the trade-offs of taking that type of approach?
So the work on that LRT reserve is underway, but I would say it's not yet complete. There's a considerable number of things that need to be considered, including the build-out of the remainder of the system. So if you were to take it here one time, I think it just increases your risk that you won't have the funding that you need in the LRT reserve if required in future years. It would take some time to recover and build that reserve to match its capital and operating requirements over the term. It's a bit like doing things out of sequence. It's an option, but it's probably not a risk-free option.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then maybe just really quickly, I want to just turn to the carbon budget. What type of feedback did we receive from ETCRC, the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee of Council, related to the carbon budget? Was there anything that you wanted to share?
So they just received the same update that we presented today. Their focus is on how we can maximize the initiatives that we're currently undertaking. They had some questions on whether there had been any budget reductions on items that are impactful to the carbon budget. So nothing really significant in this update so far.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson, you had a round, did you not? Okay. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
Yep, I have the chair.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Principe, you haven't. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a question for capital budget first. On attachment 3, the recommendations for recommended for funding, the ones that have been presented, are they actually a part of the tax levy that we see? Or would the tax levy increase?
They would all be included, anything that was accounted for. There is no tax levy impact on these particular items.
Okay, so would there be a decrease to the tax levy if some of those that were recommended for funding were not approved?
Most of the changes are just reallocating between existing profiles into new standalone profiles. The only real change we have is on the the only ones we're recommending for funding is the vans for Citadel Theatre, which is pay as you go.
The only way to really reduce the tax levy for capital is to reduce the amount of pay-as-you-go that you would like transferred to the capital budget. All of pay-as-you-go is currently allocated, and so you would actually have to unfund a project, and we brought you a report recently on what the impacts of that would be.
Right, so for example, you have the neighborhood reconstruction as a couple of the recommended funded projects.
So those are coming from the neighborhood renewal levy.
Right, and I know there has been already some discussion today about looking at different ways, possibly decreasing it slightly.
Yeah, so that will come back in late November. There's a report coming back that will talk about neighborhood renewal funding, what the levels are, and what it would look like to reallocate neighborhood renewal.
Okay, and then what about other ones such as the snow storage site and such? If these were not funded, if council decided not to fund those, would that go towards the tax levy? Decreasing the tax levy?
No, I think you would have to permanently adjust down your pay-as-you-go to achieve savings in the tax levy.
Okay, thanks for explaining that. I see. And, okay. The GPOT funding. Oh, you know what? Now I'm going over to operating.
I'm
is that
okay with
okay?
either,
It's a mixture of both. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, please.
Okay, so with the provincial funding, we've had some discussion about this before, from what I recall. The GPOT funding has decreased, but other funding has increased, is that correct? But more specific to certain projects like LRT and such?
Yeah, if I go back to the fiscal gaps report, so over time, provincial funding for MSI and what used to be called BMTG was replaced with local government fiscal framework. It's lower than it was, on average, it's lower than it was in previous years. We have over time though, we have received increases in funding for very specific projects. So instead of getting general funding allocations, we're getting more specific funding allocations. And that's the stuff that we had outlined in the fiscal gaps report.
Right, and so what happens if council decides to slow down on certain projects where we do have funding from other levels of government?
You risk losing that funding. If you, each time we enter a funding arrangement with another order of government, there will be timelines and milestones attached. And so if you're going to do the project on a different timeline, or even if the project extends, even if, just by virtue of encountering issues on a project, we have to get the extensions to the grant agreements in order to be able to maintain that funding.
Right, and I guess my line of questioning is there a possibility that we could be getting grants, more grants, as an example, GPOT, if we weren't getting so much money in grants for other projects?
I don't, grants in place of taxes is really, that's an operating grant. Meant to sort of capture what would otherwise be paid in property taxes if the properties themselves weren't exempt. I don't know that there is that kind of linkage between Government of Alberta departments and the funding programs.
Okay, my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, now take the chair.
Yes, I have the chair.
So just to follow up on Councillor Principe's question around, are there any projects, whether at checkpoint 1, 2, or 3, that we can that are funded through, say, pay-as-you-go, that we could pause or cancel?
So we're gonna maybe look to Mr. Welbum, but I believe this was very similar to the report that we recently brought you, and we had no recommendations on
Yeah,
that.
so I'm not talking about that we already contracted with, right, or under construction. I'm more talking about that we haven't given the final approval on the funding to construct, but they might be in the work that are costing us money that we could pause and say, okay, we're not going to move forward on them at all, right? From maybe checkpoint 1 to checkpoint 2 to checkpoint 3.
Yeah, I can supplement with that. So the majority of our projects are working through that process. We have limited categories available. There were some on council-directed programs or composite profiles we have, such as the environmental or energy transition supplements, where we haven't fully committed the dollars. So there could be some opportunity. I'd have to check with finance and see funding sources and eligibility of those.
Yeah.
To Stacy's point about pay-as-you-go,
Yeah.
they're limited, but there is some opportunity.
Yeah. If you could please share that will be helpful.
Sure.
And council also directed me to send a letter to ABCs about not bringing forward any service package. I have met with many of them, and they are exercising constraint. I have not heard any of them bringing forward any service packages, with the exception of Explore, which is more of a restoration of the funding, not an increased funding. Have you heard anything different?
There's one other from EFCL. They pulled one of their two, but there is still one standing.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right. And in the surveys, are people starting to see the benefits of investments we have made over the last 2 years, 3 years in public safety, which is a significant investment, in affordable housing, in public transit, rec centers, libraries being open on Sundays, right? Are we seeing the results of those investments in people's use of those services and how they experience those services? Are they seeing the benefits?
So the safety one is harder because we don't necessarily in the service satisfaction survey identify safety. It would be embedded in transit and any other area service. I would say that we are at least, the general satisfaction is consistent year over year. So we're not losing satisfaction, but we're not necessarily gaining a lot of satisfaction.
I think that is important as well, because our population has grown, so more people are consuming services, so they may not see enhanced services, but that's the maintained services, right? Am I understanding that the people are seeing the services are being maintained? Is that reflected in satisfaction, if it's consistent?
It's consistent.
Yeah, got it.
I think that's as much as I can read into that.
Got it. I would like to pursue further the idea of fine revenue at least covering the cost of enforcement, because that is directly linked to maybe not as a revenue generation, but as a cost recovery, as we do with, say, development services and others, right? What is the hindrance? What is the barriers to exploring that option of tying to enforcement?
So I think when you, talking about fines, like I said, they're located in many bylaws. We need to look at the behavior first. In the public spaces bylaw, for example, we also did the GBA plus analysis, which you'll be hearing more on. So it really is meant to deter behavior. So aligning the fines to enforcement, the costs of enforcement, I think that will just take some time. I don't know if Jen, if you have other comments on that.
Maybe I'll jump in quickly. Just the fines are inherently there to dissuade people from doing bad things. The big issue is that if you're relying that as a source of revenue to fund your program, and that revenue declines each year because you're doing your job, then you have to look at new ways. Either you're going to perpetually raise your fines,
Yeah.
or get into a situation where the cyclical kind of demand will become an issue. So that's why we don't necessarily rely on fines to fund our operations. Yeah, you'll get a certain level of what stuff you can bank on, but it would not probably cover the cost of the enforcement group. We'd have to see what the gap looks like and what that fine revenue would be.
Is my 5 minutes up already? Yeah. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And Mayor Sohi, I know we're over. Just wanted to correct that climate resilience one is actually debt borrowed dollars as well. So the opportunity's not there for that. So we're very limited in the type of source that we haven't committed dollars to on the capital.
Thanks.
Yes, 5 minutes goes fast.
I will move the second round.
Second.
Do we need to move a second round if we already agreed to the?
still
Okay, yep. Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried, and I will return the chair.
Thank you so much. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. This is a lightning round. The home upgrades program, we spoke about it briefly before. I'm just trying to understand if there is matching funding that's being provided through EcoTrust that we miss out on by not funding this, or that Edmontonians miss out on?
I see Kent is going to respond.
If that's all right. And Councillor Stevenson, Kent here. Potentially, yes. So we currently have a pilot program. So this is not commenting on the
just
pilot.
very brief answer, order of magnitude.
Yes, potentially. About a third additional,
A
potentially.
third additional, okay. And do we know how many benefiting properties we were anticipating from the program?
About 150 potentially.
150, great. For the downtown workspace optimization, can you, again, very briefly, talk me through the risk of reducing our interim financing reserve? Like, what are the implications of that?
So I think the risk actually comes in, so in order for us, it's cyclical, or in order for us to move people to consolidate employees, we need to make some improvements. That project is expected to cost $22.7 million. The risk is both the properties that we're going to sell, if we don't achieve what we want, then we may end up with not sufficient amount in the interim financing reserve to cover the total cost of capital.
And so what is the implication of not having enough in the interim financing reserve?
We'll have to come back and ask for more funding.
Okay. For the FSR repayment, again, just trying to understand the order of magnitude of risk. So if we went with a 5-year payback and then next year's deficit took us to zero, effectively, let's say, or are we immediately insolvent? Do we draw from other sources? How many steps are we from being insolvent?
So we are nowhere near being insolvent. Your financial stabilization reserve is your savings account for emergent items. So if you draw that down, then I would say to you, you have no more flexibility, and now service reductions are real and immediate.
Okay, great. Jumping to the winter emergency response, it speaks about reallocating existing budget within social development from housing and homelessness subsidies. Are those subsidies sort of the grant subsidies? I just wasn't clear what those services were, what the subsidies were.
Is Stacy on the line to respond?
I can come back.
Sure.
For the industrial hub, the unfunded service package, $20 million. Is it realistic that full $20 million is all going to be spent in 1 year?
Potentially not. So we do anticipate, or we would bring the program to council next year that would articulate how that money would get spent. So potentially it wouldn't be able to be delivered all in 2025.
Okay, so it could potentially be scalable. Okay. With parking enforcement, there was an additional $500,000 required for our contract services. Do we anticipate more revenue from that, or is that just
additional service costs to keep the same level of enforcement?
We've been currently struggling with the current volume, and this would help to amend that. We are hoping as well to recoup some more costs as well.
So it could potentially increase revenue. Great. The Coliseum LRT Bridge, sorry to jump back to capital for a moment. What is the full replacement cost of that structure? It was noted that it's anticipated for full replacement in 10 to 15 years. And I was just wondering, again, maybe high-level order of magnitude, what that full replacement cost would be in a decade.
I'll ask Bruce and or Pascal to give an update on that.
Yeah, Councillor Bruce Ferguson here. I don't have that information, but I can get it fairly quickly.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe just finally, the carbon budget, it notes that we're not achieving our goals and we need to have further action. So when do we see what those further actions are that we need to take? When does that strategy come back to us, or an update?
Councillor, I can take that one. Kent again. So the strategy talks about 100 million a year proportionally by the city, by the provincial government, by the federal government, and that is ongoing long-term commitment or aspirational goal for investment. But what should be noted is it's a straight line, and it's not, our progress isn't linear, it's spiky. And so there has been tremendous progress, but it maybe doesn't fit a straight line target. But yes, there is a climate strategy update coming to council by the end of the year with some additional actions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. That was great.
Thank you. Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Okay, great, thank you. Just very quickly back to the capital policy recommended here around changing the threshold from 2 to 5 million to 10 million. What would be the implication of just staying with the status quo, of not moving forward with?
Mics are out. Oh. Here you go.
Okay, mine's not working. Hello? Okay. I hope I get some seconds back again. Because I hear you on the administrative burden. I don't know if I'm comfortable with the change in that threshold. So what would be the implication of just stayed the same?
Yeah, I can add context. I know Pascal answered this morning, as did Stacy. So basically, right now, for growth projects, anything over 2 million, it's created in a standalone. We bring those forward to council when council has their fall and spring budget adjustments. So that's growth 2 million, renewal 5 million. So that puts delay in our system of getting those approvals to proceed with projects at those critical times like checkpoint 3.
So if we stay the same, then we can potentially risk project kind of moving forward smoothly as you're planning.
Yeah, we have some administrative constraints, moving it to 10, and these numbers have been in place for over a decade to 2 decades. So this is just raising it to a more reasonable threshold today compared to when we created them as well. So that's basically
Okay, thank you. On the economic forecast, it said for the assessment growth, it's ongoing increase of 12 million in 2025 and 1.9 in 2026. This is a new assessment value, right? I guess what I'm wondering is, how does this compare to last year? And I'm thinking about sort of record high housing starts. I would have just expected more in assessment growth.
So I'd say, remember each year, so we make an estimate of this each year in the 4-year cycle. Each year we come to you, we adjust it, and as you can see, this year we're adjusting, and it also impacts a little bit next year. So we get some of this each time we come through the supplemental budget adjustment. There will be a delay in growth from the high population that you experience, and I'll maybe let Jody.
So we already had 29 million in the budget for assessment growth.
I see.
This is the kind of the lift from what we originally had budgeted.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I was expecting even the lift to be a little bit bigger because that we're celebrating lots of huge milestones this year, right? So, but I appreciate your answer. Thank you. For some of the service packages in the operating side, why are there two Center City? I feel like the two are fairly duplicative.
One of them is, so the motion asked for two different things. One of them was to have social agencies incorporated in doing the work, and the other one did not. So they're very close. Just one has an element of contracting to social agencies and nonprofits.
Yeah, I don't know if I would be supportive. I mean, not to say one or the other. I just thought that was interesting, and I wasn't sure if it really got to the original intent of the motion. On the horticulture one, I know we keep talking about it. It's come back. It's been in front of us before. In 2024, do you have the data around 311 complaints or inquiries about horticulture? Is this one of the top 5 for city operations?
I can get 311 data, I just don't have it at my fingertips.
I can grab that later.
I can say it's not, it's something that everybody loves. Like, everyone wants to see well-maintained green spaces. But pulling weeds is not the #1 complaint that city operations receives.
You have administration-directed tree pruning one, and I think between the two, what would you say will have the bigger bang for the buck?
I would say one is more for aesthetics, and then one would be more for the health of trees.
More urgent, especially considering some of the challenges we're facing with Dutch elm. Okay, I think those, and then the illegal one, the illegal dumping one, I thought there was a project on illegal dumping that's supposed to address some of the challenges we're seeing. But is what's in the report different from the one I'm talking about, which is out of waste management?
They're complementary. One is the project to see, like, what can we do to influence behavior to prevent illegal dumping is one thing we are actively working on. This particular budget transfer is to resource the demand to clean up illegal dumping. And so the way we looked at this was illegal dumping needs to get picked up. We have to do this. We are doing it right now at a variance. So this is funding that variance in order to staff to meet the demand. So it's really just like adding that supply to be able to match the demand that's existing right now.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Okay, you could use some of my 5 minutes there, Karen. I'm just wondering about, just following up on Councillor Principe's questions about the grants and that. But when we receive those provincial grants, and we have to usually match a portion of them, that then puts us in a position where our debt goes up, hence our debt servicing also goes up, right? So does that have that effect?
Sorry, what was the very last sentence you said there? I just didn't hear.
So if our debt's going up, or we're taking on more debt, then our debt servicing also increases, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so, and sometimes they might not be projects that we necessarily maybe had thought of to begin with until the funding was provided to us or suggested to us?
I would say that for the most part, the federal and provincial programs are designed to align priorities amongst municipal, provincial, and federal levels.
Okay, so it's not that they're getting us to do something maybe that's not a priority for the city.
They're usually larger scale projects, and they might be incentivizing us to do things a certain way. And an example of that would be the federal funding for the new transit garage, which has emissions and environmental and climate requirements.
Okay, and that helps with our environmental goals anyhow, right? Okay. And then, what was my other one? Oh, on the surveys and that was done, on page 10, it lists, I think I counted 21 items that Edmontonians think are important. Was Was there a limit to the number of responses that they could provide? I'm assuming it was a, you know, multiple choice, pick your own. Because I think you said that there was no way to sort of prioritize what the responses were.
Yeah, we didn't ask them to prioritize. I just need to double check to see if there was a limit on how many they could select.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just thinking, you know, if I could just click each and every response, maybe I would do that. And was it just the 21 that are listed there?
Yeah, so let me just double check that. I just don't want to speak erroneously.
Okay, then I'm gonna talk about some of the feedback that was, or ask about some of the feedback that was provided on, I think it's, where is it? Councillor Hamilton talked about it too. Where they talked about Edmontonians wanting to connect and gather, I think it was listed as number 4. But again, not prioritize, it was just one of the top 7, I guess. So does that include, you know, I would assume that's places like athletic fields, the sports fields, our recreation centers. Was there any clarification, or did they get to sort of target in on which types of areas that they wanted to connect? Was it community leagues?
And you're talking about the service satisfaction?
Yeah. Was it satisfaction or what they thought was important? I'm just going to that slide. I lost it. Okay, do you have an answer on the number of options that they had to select?
No, I need to do a little, so for that, I just need to go back to the team that helped craft the survey.
Okay.
Just to be able to see how it was structured.
Okay, because, yeah, I'm just wondering, yeah, if you got to pick the top 5, then I think those stats might mean a little more than if you just got to select as many as you wanted. So then, in regards to those like ice rentals and fields and that, the service fees and user fees for that, is there any analysis sort of being done on about increasing those fees?
So those are all things that we would look at in this work that we're doing post-fiscal gap. So which fees, where are we charging a fee? Can we increase that fee? And where are we not charging a fee, but we should be charging a fee?
Okay, and would that also include like who sort of has public access to these things as opposed to through a community group or organization? And my time is up.
Okay. Okay. Well, good. Well, we can find out that answer. Okay, Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just want a closer loop for my earlier question. For the $152 million for that adjustment to capital would does not contribute to any tax levy increase. Is that correct?
No, it does not.
Does not. And specifically among that, and $41 million for the recasting, and it then is actually from provincial government and for the worker, about $40 million. So it's not our cities already put the money there.
That's correct, $41 million of provincial grant funding.
Provincial grants. So that's impact and $152 million, and then for the capital will not contribute to any tax levy change. Okay, thank you for that confirmation. Then back to the operating. So I do have a little bit of confusion for the different numbers here. In the presentation, we talk about our cost pressures and physical gap, and it's $59 million. And then in our attachment 1, and then after all the exercises, and finally, and then the increase for the expenses, and is $52 million. So there's something different here. Can you explain to me a little bit more how we cover that fiscal gap there?
The $59.2 million that's left, we have not adjusted for yet. You will continue to see those potentially show up as deficits as we move forward, because we have not accounted for that just yet. So that is still an outstanding pressure.
Wonderful, thank you. That is, I want to get that clarification. So that means that's still considered as part of potential deficit and for our city at this moment.
That's correct.
So that deficit still there, then the question, I'm really confused. If we have the deficit already there and right now, we haven't found the solution to address them yet. And with the expenses and increase by $52 million, I believe is for 2025 is $24 million, and 2026 we have different million. So is that fair to say? And because when public reads the report, their understanding, based on what I heard, and is, 1% is just replenish and for the FSR, and then 0.1% is about a larger administrative increase and for the 2025 election. Does that mean our services did not get changed to stay at the same level? Services program same level, and 1.1 increase compared to previous 7% approved is just for these two items.
Yeah, so we worked hard to try and minimize the impact to services. So I would say your more widely used City of Edmonton services, you won't see significant declines. I just want to be careful with the words that we use. At $59 million, I would not characterize that as a deficit, but the potential for a deficit in future years if we can't manage within our budget. And so I'd characterize that as a risk. Now, when you establish the budget for this year, departments will work to manage within their budget, and that could have service implications if we get into next year. And there are challenges in managing the budgets to the existing approved budgets. That's when you can see us make decisions to either scale back services or slow in order to be able to absorb the budgetary impacts.
I understand. I already confirmed that his potential deficit is not, we see its deficit right now. But the question and become, if we have very clear defining the reports for the 1.1% increase is only these two items, then the question come from public. One could be, is the service level decreased? If not, we increased the tax rate. Does that mean our service level will be increased to match the tax they're paid and by increasing?
There are no changes in service. The 7% that was approved before we brought you this is the funding required to maintain the services at the level that was already agreed to.
So we maintain the services at this point and there is no change?
I would say the only caveat here is there is some items in a private attachment that I would describe as relatively low impact to the general public that you should make sure that you are familiar with.
My time is out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So I just want to get back to this this population impact. So I'm just curious, over the course of this term, this 4-year budget, how much has operating increased? Do we know that number, the cost of operating?
How much is the cost of?
Like our operating costs. Like, so our operating budget in 2021 versus what it looks like it's going to be in 2025.
The total expenditure line?
Yeah, or 2022, I guess is the fair, yeah. Do we know that difference?
Yeah, we would. Just give me a second. Or maybe keep going and I'll.
Sure. And the reason I ask is because as I said before, that's the population of Saskatoon. And I looked up Saskatoon's budget. Their operating budget is $1.15 billion for 2025. And I'm going to guess that our operating budget did not increase $1.15 billion over the course of 4 years.
So, no, but I just, I think we're also struggling a little bit with the population numbers, and did we in fact grow as much as Saskatoon in the time period? Like, I don't think our population has been that much.
Tell me about that, because according to our presentation, I added up the numbers, and it was actually, the projections will be lower, and so I lowered my addition.
I can interject. So within the presentation, we chose the Edmonton CMA because of the detailed components of population change. But for Edmonton's population change over the 23 to 26 budget cycle, we're talking about an increase of 133,000 persons. And that's through various sources, through natural increase and through net migration combined.
From 23 to 26?
Yes, so comparing, yes.
So I was just looking at this budget because that's the one that pertains to this council's decision, so.
But if your question is, are we growing enough to cover all the services that we're providing? The answer is no, probably not.
Right.
We know that the growth that we get, the net new growth, is not enough to cover the expansion of the service to the new Edmontonians.
Right, because, you know, the general rule is you add up inflation, add up population growth, and that should be your base tax rate for managing growth and maintaining services, right?
That has been the principal way
it's a
we've
universally
approached it.
accepted practice. And we're nowhere near that. So that's an interesting delta to me, an interesting conversation, because I do feel that there is a narrative that spending is out of control at the city of Edmonton, and that's why we've got the tax rates we do. And I'm just wondering if there's, you know, a counter to that. Does it look like spending is out of control, or does it, you know, are we approving massive new spending this year, last year?
I think in all honesty, we're struggling with the same cumulative increases to costs that many Edmontonians are struggling with.
And many
so
municipalities.
inflation has increased and it's decreasing, but it just means the prices are going up slower than they had in the past. We had low tax increases in previous years. If there's no desire to reduce service levels, then we need to catch up through tax increases.
Well, and that's the question, right? So this idea of shrinkflation on the municipal level, like costs keep going up and maybe services will be diminished, but in this budget you have worked very hard to ensure that services that people account on and notice are not diminished. Is that right?
I think that's fair.
Yeah, and so the question then becomes, if 2/3 of people don't want services diminished, but they want a tax rate lower than 7%, that's the conversation we're going to have going into this budget. Do we cut some services in order to bring that budget down under 7%? And it looks like we already can if we don't add, if we just use the
if you take your unallocated funding that is effectively new since we posted the budget.
But that means that we also don't do the industrial acceleration.
Yeah, or you make different choices on different things.
Yeah, okay. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. Maybe similar questions in a different way. So, just kind of getting back to a high level, the budget does not include any additional, or maybe I should ask it this way. How much is our snow clearing budget going up next year? Is there an increase in the budget for that?
There is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's less than $1 million for the last year of this budget cycle. I want to say around 900,000 off the top of my head, but I can find out the exact number. But it's roughly around that much.
So it's going up modestly.
Yeah, in the 4-year budget cycle, there were incremental growth each year, and then the last year was the smallest. So the last year in 2020...
Well, 2026 would be the last year, wouldn't it?
2026 is the last year, which would be like that 900-ish thousand.
Yeah, so what is it, 25 over 24 would be my question. And similar for turf management, I think that budget is not going up at all. Is that right?
Turf is not growing.
Okay.
We did bring a report to committee kind of outlining the service levels, all of that. had options. There's nothing that moving forward. There is an unfunded service package that was directed to be brought forward in this budget, but there's no growth in turf. Sorry, can you just say the question again? You're looking for 24, 25?
I'm just really want to understand what's in the budget, you know, effectively in the 2025 budget over 2024. And as far as I understand it, there's no additional dollars for turf management. There's no additional dollars for snow clearing, although I feel like I stand to be corrected on that one.
Yeah, the 4-year budget had like roughly $2 million per year getting added to it.
10 over 4. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Those are rough numbers. I can find out the exact ones.
Yeah,
but
that's okay. That's close enough. And then there's nothing in the budget for Explore Edmonton's Delta, right? They're funded at the roughly $11 million number, but not the additional. Is that right? Yeah.
That's correct. Sorry, on your snow and ice control.
Yeah.
The service package that you chose was 20% of the service package, and it was a $3.7 million increase in 2024, 2.4 in 2025, and 721,000 in 2026.
So 2.4 in 25, 726.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have a trickier question, a sense of contributed infrastructure year over year? So how many more kilometers of arterial roads are we clearing snow on, cutting grass on? How many parks have been contributed that we're now maintaining? Do we have a sense of that?
We definitely have a sense of it from a financial perspective. I'd maybe just defer to other DCMs on how they account for contributed in the inventory.
I can say I don't have the inventory growth of turf in front of me at this second, but I do know that was detailed in the last turf report this past spring. We did also outline like the amount of inventory growth in our last snow and ice report, so we can find out roughly, but they did increase.
So they're there somewhere.
Yes.
In reports that have come
in previous reports, yeah.
Okay. What's easier for me to find them or for you to find them? I don't know if you have it at your fingertips or.
I don't think it'll take us too long to find.
Okay.
So just to be clear, you're looking for overall inventory growth, say on roads and turf over the last 4-ish years.
Even year over year, but I mean, if you have them discretely year over year for the last 3 or 4 years, that would be helpful too.
Okay.
It helps tell a story.
Councillor, it's Caitlin Zareski with Parks and Roads. For the turf side, it's 197 hectares, which is a 5.1% increase over the last from 2019 to 2024.
2019 to 2024, about a 5% increase.
That's correct, 5.1%.
Okay. I guess because I take Councillor Paquette's point, when you add that many people, you're adding that much, but we already have a bit of a critical mass of, we already have some trucks, we already have some buses, we already have some infrastructure. So, I mean, when we're getting more contributed assets that we have to care for with the same budget, the same crew, the same fleet, you can only do that for a while before you need a step function increase. You need to add another transit garage or another serviced garage or that kind of a thing. It's kind of where I'm heading with that. You can give me those numbers offline. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to pick up on Councillor, or whoever the question was asked about the illegal dumping. Because this is an example where I think Councillor Salvador was asking questions about fines. And I guess when I'm hearing that illegal dumping is increasing, and then I wonder, the question isn't about revenue, but then the question becomes, are our fines still substantive to disincentivize illegal dumping? Like, do we need to do both? Because if we're increasing our operating budget to cover more illegal dumping, do we need to look at whether this is actually the fines are disincentivizing that?
I think an additional question to ask is not just what the fines are, but do you have the enforcement capacity? If there's no one there to see it, and especially with illegal dumping, unless you're catching someone in the act, the evidence is there, the perpetrator is gone.
Yeah, but at the same time, if it's already likely that you're not going to get caught, but if you do, it's only $50. There's two factors. Like if I'm going to get caught and pay $1,000, or I'm going to get caught and pay $50, even if I'm taking that risk, there's still a bigger risk with one than another, would you say?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. I And I also want to, Councillor Tang was asking about the school accelerator, and I don't think I got a clear answer because I was understanding that they wanted to announce the accelerator program before their budget, the province's budget in March. So we couldn't really do it as a spring budget adjustment, would we, or could we? Like, just trying to understand the sequencing.
The capital budget is different than the operating budget. So when we do the
Yes,
spring operating budget, we will just be doing the tax, like the mill rate setting. The capital budget happens usually in June, and so we will react to the provincial budget at that time with any new school sites.
But where would that funding come from? Because right now we have a funding pool that's going to be down to 0.5. Like, if we don't have more pay-as-you-go.
We are always looking at projects if there's money that can be released from various projects.
Okay.
That's something we do with every new SCBA.
But
It's
again,
tight.
just to confirm that, like, this will be a priority from administration to bring those forward and to work with the school boards to get those schools if we get some approved here in Edmonton, because I know there's a huge need.
We will be bringing it forward as part of that process.
And then I guess the question to Mr. Robar, just I want to pick up on Councillor Hamilton's line of questioning, and not to get too in the weeds about it, but it was a flag for me too about the WCB claims and those going up. And I wanted to know, you know, I understand there's an intent to kind of dig into further. Didn't we recently do a glint survey, another glint survey? And like at a high level, like what is that telling us? Are we getting some indicators there that are going to help with this?
I think the Glynn survey closed last Friday.
Yeah. Oh, so just recently.
Yeah, we did a biannual survey, which digs a little bit more into the diversity data and demographics. But we do ask questions about, safety in Edmonton, how are you feeling in the workplace, that kind of thing. So we don't have the results yet. We're just gathering the data.
Because we're also seeing an increase in psychological claims, correct?
Councillor, it's branch manager Taylor. We are seeing an increase in mental health claims. The engagement survey is not going to tell us a whole lot about that. We've got an internal review happening right now, looking at the ways that we can specifically address in the different business areas on health claims. A large portion of our claims remain to be time loss claims, remain to be sprains and strains.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really about that mechanism of injury and putting in place programs to bring that number down.
Okay, thank you. And then I know we've talked a lot about like the transit piece, but when I read the report, I was surprised to see like it's kind of similar to how so many things I've seen like this spiral are recreation used to be quite a higher percentage of revenue, like the ratio of revenue to tax levy was much higher than it is now. What are we doing? Are we working on actually bringing that up again? And if so, I know it might be longer term, but we've talked about transit a lot, but I don't think we've really talked about rec in the same way.
So I'm gonna maybe defer to Mr. Jevney if he's online. I would just preface it with, I think there's adjustments to user fee revenues on an annual basis, but there is a growing demand in the leisure access program.
Okay, that's fine. I'm out of time for now.
Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. There's a question earlier that was asked around the Coliseum LRT bridge, and I was wondering if we had a number for the full replacement cost. Because I'm just thinking about in terms of timing, 10-year time horizon, if that station is eventually going to be sort of moved north as part of the exhibition lands redevelopment, what that looks like.
Yeah, I'll pause and check with Bruce here, Councillor, and see. Bruce,
Councillor Salvador, Bruce Ferguson here. Yeah, we actually did, because we're aware that there is a plan as a part of the exhibition lands to construct 2 new stations, one south of the Coliseum station and one north of the Coliseum station. That was factored into a life cycle analysis that we did of 6 different options. And the option that we selected, which is presented to you now, is represented the lowest life cycle cost of the options. Replacing the bridge was also examined, and it was about 2.5 times the cost of the repair on a life cycle basis and double the cost on a capital cost basis in today's dollars.
And I would add the scope of that looks at where those future stations will be, so it's not like it's all throwaway. It'll feed into the future development as well for this investment.
Okay. And that, like, I'm thinking about the demolition of the Coliseum and like implications for, like, it is directly adjacent to the station. I'm wondering if that might, it sounds like that was factored in, is what I'm.
It was, and the stations moved from where the existing one is in that future scenario as well.
Yeah.
But the track connectivity between them still persists. It will still be there, right? So.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to ask about, there's an unfunded service package related to tree pruning that was associated with an audit. I'm wondering if the prioritization for that particular service package has changed at all, just based on the detection of Dutch elm disease?
I would say the whole reason it's there is because of Dutch elm. It's a topic that is top of mind. We were looking at a way to, this is something that never really got resolved from the audit a number of years ago. It has been brought to council and committee a number of times. The intent here was to say, here's an opportunity, although it is unfunded.
Got it. Thank you for that clarity. And then just looking at, this is a very detailed question, but intra-municipal charges, I noticed are falling from around 175,000 to 90,000. And I'm wondering, like, what's the explanation for that? And what exactly are we talking about when we say intra-municipal charges? And that was in, let me see here, attachment 2 of tax-supported operations by category. What are those charges?
So in general, intermunicipal charges are departments charging each other for services. And maybe I'll ask if Harm Rai is on the line, if he can, or if he's, I think he's in the room, sorry, if he can give a better explanation.
Yeah, no, I think you summarized that well, Stacey. That's essentially what it is, just cost recovery from between departments.
Okay. And I'm sorry for all the detailed questions, but like, so I'm also wondering, this is an attachment to, it talks about standalone parking facilities. I think it was around $940 for a permit. What are those standalone parking facilities? I'm wondering if that's related to like the temporary parking lots in Center City, or is that different, maybe to Ms. Petrin? Or is that a completely different category?
I'm just looking, Councillor, you said attachment 2?
Yeah, I believe it's an attachment 2. Yeah, I have it in as attachment 2, standalone parking facility.
We might have to follow, oh, is that related to a permit?
Those are application fees. I think if I'm in the same place that you are,
Yeah.
those are application fees for standalone parking facilities,
Right, and I'm just
$940 per application.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, is that related to the conversation we had related for like the surface parking lots in Center City?
There's still a report coming on that to committee first, so those fees wouldn't be reflected yet.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the projected franchise fees. I think it was last year or the year before, the actual fees came in lower than we had projected. So I'm wondering, and I know you mentioned you collaborate on these projections with the utility companies, but are your projections coming in low, medium, high? Is this conservative in terms of understanding our risk in terms of the franchise fees not generating the revenue that we anticipated?
Sorry. So Councillor Hamilton, the ATCO gas franchise fee, the one in the fall, SOBA, that you're referring to there. So it's based on a percentage of your distribution revenues. So ATCO provides us those estimates for distribution revenues, and if they fluctuate, which they do, based on their best estimates, our franchise fee revenue amount changes as well. There's also a weather component there. So if you get warmer weather or colder weather, the use of natural gas changes. So they do fluctuate.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, to what extent?
I think we make our best estimate.
Okay.
So we try to determine what is the most likely scenario.
Okay.
We don't make extra conservative assumptions to leave room, and we never really do aggressive estimates.
So maybe that's a good question. And actually, maybe I'll touch base with you. Like, why wouldn't you do conservative estimates in the event that you have a warmer than anticipated winter, colder than anticipated summer, or that people don't use the natural gas that you thought they would, which has happened before, right?
So I would describe this as kind of a layering of components. Okay. So when we estimate the budget for franchise fees, we make our best estimate. We also have financial strategies where we have estimates for unknown amount, and in there we'll hold money for risk for these types of things, like what do we expect in utility costs, what happens, and then another layer on the FSR and the risk-based approach is we also make an estimate there.
Okay, so you're holding the risk in other areas. You're not firming that one up to be low risk, like you're not betting in that pool. So
that's correct.
This is hyper detailed, but one of the anticipated increases or new fees that's being introduced is the underground electrical inspection fee. How much revenue is that projected to generate?
Generally, our fees are reflected of the cost of service. So it's a model, like in terms of the planning and development business model, it's all the continuum from rezoning down to permits. So I think the fee is $120 or $30. I can just confirm that number though.
Okay, and if I recall, a number of years ago, like possibly before even I was on council, maybe in Councillor Knack's time, the council decided as part of our planning framework going forward that we would that you couldn't essentially build new homes with a garage attached to the house, that you wanted to have front doors facing the street and then rear garages, correct?
Through the mature neighborhood overlay, so the previous zoning bylaw did have a requirement that if there was a lane, a garage should exist in the rear. With the new zoning bylaw, there is a bit more flexibility, notwithstanding in the zone that applies to redeveloping communities, the garage is still encouraged to be in the rear.
Okay, thank you. Which largely means it would be detached to leave room. Okay. Yep.
Yes.
I know that at the September Community Public Services meeting, council provided, I might have to come back on it. I'm looking for some clarity on the allocation of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Reserve. And I don't know that I have enough time to answer it. I know we allocated about $3 million that was remaining. Am I reading this correctly, that it's currently unallocated for 2026?
Yeah, that's correct. There are some unallocated dollars for CSWB.
Are there any unallocated dollars for 2025, or has those all been allocated?
2025 is a small amount, but I'll check. There was a memo that was recently sent to council, but I'll find that.
Great, thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I think about this budget and kind of where we're at in the city, and it seemed like in the fiscal gap report, it sort of highlighted that we were going through kind of a growth phase, if you will. We as a family were building a new house, and we were investing in putting a new pool and rec center with that house, and a new this with the house, and a new train with the house. And now we're kind of moving into a period of constrained renewal. That renewal is going to be the focus, not more growth or expansion. And I guess I'm wondering to administration, like, do they feel like that sort of renewal message has been clearly given by council?
Do I feel that you've
Like looking
given
forward
us
to
a
the
clear
next
enough
capital
mandate
budget?
to focus on
Yeah,
renewal?
like we're going to be shifting from growth to renewal, from new to renewal. Is that fair?
I think if I go back to the 4-year capital budget, we had focused on renewal. And so I think I would describe it as a continued focus on renewal without losing sight of the fact that there's going to be some areas where we're going to have to grow to respond to the growth of the city.
Yeah, I guess where I'm thinking is like there's a number of projects that are probably not even at checkpoint 1 or at checkpoint 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 that haven't got to checkpoint 5. Can we take a look at those projects? Can we also look at how many staff are working on similar planning projects? Like we just concluded the Old Strathcona Public Realm strategy work, but we don't have funding for that work, or we just concluded the zoning bylaw work. That's complete now. Like I think we've closed a number of chapters over the last 3 years that I'd be interested to know how that's reflected in this budget, and how, if we're going to be focusing on renewal over the next 2 decades or 2 budget cycles rather, are we staffed appropriately for and prepared for projects that there aren't, like, why would we spend time preparing for projects that we don't have funding for?
So where we've prepared for projects that we don't have funding for, I think there's 2 elements. There's elements where we're trying to plan for the future to ensure that we have done the work that we need to when we have to move on a project that's growth related. There are also many times where we've been directed to do planning for a project for which we know that there is, or where funding has yet to come. I don't think that it is our practice to have people, like, we don't have people that don't do something because we don't have funding. We have people and resources dedicated to the work that we're doing. And so we manage with those resources.
Yes. And I think I'm interested in receiving more information about that as part of this budget process going forward. So I sent an email requesting a memo to that effect around projects and people and work. So hopefully that is a possible deliverable for council.
I think Councillor Jans, where I may be struggling is I'm not sure we have people doing work on projects that are not funded. And so
but do we have people working on projects at checkpoint 1, 2, or 3, or 4?
Yeah, Councillor, I can supplement. It's Craig here with IAS. We do have, every one of our projects will go through all of those phases and stages. And by far the bulk and the majority in this 23 to 26 capital budget are funded through 1 right through to 5, or delivery of the project. There's a very small percentage that was council approved that just went through the checkpoint 1 to 3, or planning and design only of that. And our staff work on all of those phases of projects through all of those stages till they're complete.
Yeah, and I think I have a couple other examples I'd like to follow up offline about, maybe just given time here. But it was very interesting to see the managed.
Sorry, Councillor Jans, time. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question about the bike lanes. The $100 million that was allocated, has that already been accounted for?
So that was debt borrow dollars, and I believe current status now is we're about 30% committed on those dollars of the 100 million, and working towards more commitment as we go each day, really.
So 30, okay, thanks, 30% committed.
Right, and a reminder that's debt borrow funding as well.
Debt borrowed, yes, right, yeah. And can I, now going on over to the carbon budget, targets are not being met. Some targets are being met, but others are not. So are the emission targets being met?
So no, the emission targets are the ones that we have work to do to get near. The targets that we're seeing some success on are the efficiency targets, like Councillor Tang asked earlier. But those are different targets in that the efficiency target is per capita versus the emissions, which are just totals as a community.
Okay, great. And then considering bike lanes, what is the cost compared to the benefit? So where are we going to see the biggest impact? Would we see more impact spending the money on bike lanes, or would it be more on building conversions?
We will have to do some analysis to really compare the two. The active transportation network is one of those big items that were included in the 4-year forecast, so they're already baked into our forecasts for the current budget. But all these initiatives, take time to really be reflected in the actuals. So it could take some years to really be able to see the numbers.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to ask, when would we expect to see the results or of the implementation?
Yeah, so I think we could work out some numbers and for usage and all that, and come back with more information.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question about the 1% of applicable capital projects that goes towards art in the city.
Yeah, so maybe just before you ask that question, 1% for art is like an old terminology. And so there is, but I understand you want to ask a question about how much goes.
Well, yeah, can you explain that to me then? That would be great.
Maybe I can let Pascal jump in here.
So Councillor Principe, ahead of the 23-26 capital budget, the public art policy was updated to reflect the fact that it's no longer tied directly to the 1%, but it's rather an objective of investing in art and maintaining the levels that historically have been applied.
Okay, great. I was going to suggest it, but I guess I don't have to now. Thank you. That is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
Yep, I have the chair.
Is carbon budget adjusted for population growth?
So the current budget is a straight line to net zero. So it's not adjusted for population growth because it's not per capita. It's as a community. So
are we seeing per capita decline in emissions in Edmonton?
So we're seeing per capita improvements on energy efficiency in how much energy we're using.
I'll be interested in knowing if per capita emissions are going up or kind of remaining where they are or declining, right? So maybe I'll follow up on offline. On the industrial growth plan, there are two components, right? One is the growth fund, which is $20 million, right, Kim? And then the other one, the industrial growth hub, right, which is resources to kind of market our city. So does the industrial growth hub, which is $462,000, how essential that is, and because we want to focus on industrial growth, and can we stage it in 2 years? Or it will be automatically staged because it takes time for people to hire people?
Yeah, it would take time to work through the hiring process. So the hub is essentially to provide that one-stop shop for investors to work within or invest in the city of Edmonton. Something like that would be a little bit harder to stage. Like I would suggest probably in 2025, but after we do hiring, it would be probably in the second quarter where we would realistically be able to have the resources in place.
Yeah, so that is pretty essential for if we want to be ambitious on industrial growth, we need to invest in that kind of investment.
We believe so, yes.
Okay, got it, okay. And I will follow up on the growth fund potential on the out of the development reserve, right? So offline, because that would require more extensive conversation, right? And I also want to follow up on the FSR. Will the amount, the 2% increase to replenish FSR, what the relationship that has with the police funding formula? Would that 2% increase, would that increase the police funding equivalent amount, whatever that 30% threshold is for corporate expenditures, or FSR is not part of the corporate expenditures?
Sorry, I'm just thinking. So it would be part of corporate expenditures, but I think that we set that threshold, the 30% is in relation to civic departments. So I don't think it has an impact at all.
Okay.
But I will just confirm that. at the
Yeah,
break.
please do, because I think it's important clarification that I need, right? On going back to earlier questions from Councillor Cartmel, I think it's very important for us to understand that we are still continuing to invest in services. For example, snow and ice budget is going to go up in 2025, right? As you said, Craig.
That's right.
Right? And so would ETS budget is going up next year because we allocated resources last year. So ETS, we're going to add more ETS bus service in 2025 and 2026, right?
That's correct. There's 50,000 hours for Q1 of next year.
And same is with police, because police funding formula is tied to population growth or component of inflation. So we're going to have more police officers hired next year, probably. Maybe you can't answer, but the police funding is going up next year too, right? It's not staying static at 2024.
That's correct.
Right? And so is crisis diversion, because that was also spread over 4 years, right? So I think I just want to understand that we are not losing the real investment that we're making, that we're going to see more investments in 2025 than what we have in 2024. And those, I just highlighted a few areas.
Yes, and those are in your already approved budget. That's why
Yes.
you don't see further increases here.
Right.
For those, they are effectively included in the already approved 7%.
And they're within 7%, right? So, okay, got it, okay. But if we want to remain service as 2024, we could reduce that, but that's not what I would like to see. But there are investments being made. Okay, got it. Thank you so much. I will take the chair back.
Return.
Okay, any other questions? Everybody had 2 rounds, right? Okay. Then we need to go in camp. Sorry.
Did you want us to answer some of the questions just quickly that we had heard but couldn't
Sure.
provide
We have
responses
few
in the
minutes
moment?
before we break. We take a break. So go ahead. Yeah.
Start with service satisfaction, and then you can do the rest.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Like overall, generally, what you heard and some answer you were not able to give because of time constraint.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so just for clarity on the citizen satisfaction survey, there are 21 services in there. And when you answer that survey, you evaluate each of the 21 services. What's your level of satisfaction? And you evaluate that whether you use the service or not. So it's based on your perception of the service. So hopefully, I think, Councillor Wright, that will help with your question. I'll go to Jody.
Okay, so we have a number of questions here. There was one question that got asked about what the breakdown of the 7%. So the breakdown of the 7% is we had 5.3% to maintain existing services, 0.3% for council directed, 0.2 for growth on existing services, 0.3 for new and enhanced service, 0.4 for operating impacts of capital, and 0.5% for Edmonton Police. Oh.
The components in each, we can get to that.
Okay. So what, for the council, the details of what was in council directed, there's actually a full table. We could maybe send that forward to you after. Okay. Previous taxation revenues, 2022 actual was 1.78 billion, 2023 was 1.893 billion, and 2024 is 2.107 billion. I believe that was your question, Councillor Cartmel. Expense change from 21 to 25. 21 expense was 3.101 billion. 2025 is 3.776. That's a total change of 647.8, which is a 22% increase. Satisfaction, we did that one already. Unallocated CSWB funding is in 2025 and 2026 is $1.2 million. FSR repayment, the cap for EPS is not included in the calculation for EPS, and they are currently at 28.3 and 29.5 for 25 and 26. Population growth impact on the carbon per capita. The climate memo update includes some answers on the per capita emissions. Actually, Alberto, maybe I'll turn it over to you to answer that.
Yeah, so I believe there's a climate memo that has some information on what you were asking, Mayor Sohi. Per capita emissions are down. The current budget forecast considers population growth, but population growth, in the quick answer on population growth and GHGs is that population growth will add to the emissions until we have achieved carbon neutral growth.
And then there was one more, and maybe I'll turn it over to Felicia to respond on that one.
Yeah, so the figure I provided of 133,000 expansions, the population was over the 2022 to 2025 period. If we are going to compare it against expenditure levels as previously provided, then total population change is forecast around 156,000 from all sources combined.
I think that was all of them.
Great, thank you so much for that. So can someone move that we go in camera, please?
So move.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and we will be back at 3:45. Not yet. Are we,
We are back live, yes.
we're back live? Okay, we are on the recess till 9:30 tomorrow. See you then.